Yeah. We won't bow down. Yeah. Yeah. They shut the gate too fast. Call it peace, call it class. But I see who they wave through, and I see who they ask to move. Porch lights on the same old block, same old story, same old talk. If your skin says you don't belong, they can make a wrong look strong. But the fences don't define us, and the fear they feel will blind us. Every face they try to hide still stands right here tonight. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. We know what that is about. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. Your fear won't right the route. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down. Names get tossed like stones from a driveway built on loans. They pointed brown hands first, then pretend they don't rehearse. But the steps on every street carry more than whitewashed dreams. We belong where we stand, no permission in our hands. Yeah, and the silence won't protect you when the pattern keeps on showing. Every wall they build in pride makes the truth come back alive. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. We know what that is about. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down, 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 down. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. Your fear won't right the route. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down, 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 down. Let it crack, let it show. Every lie they try to grow, one by one, the voices rise till the whole thing can't disguise. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. We know what that is about. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down, 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 down. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. Your fear won't right the route. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down, 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 down,
of mine, and when we were, I wouldn't say threatening with weapons or anything, but I felt, and I know my friends felt, threat for our lives. I mean, I don't think there was like a fear factor, but at the same time, like it's awkward in public, like I stated, like when we have to talk about these things. But we went to a restaurant and someone came up to me and was like, "Is this you?" And I was kind of like shaken up about it. Well, at first she asked like my name and, you know, like all these questions, and I was like, okay, whatever, you know, she's just coming up to talk. Well, then she came up to me again and showed me our first interview and was like, "Are you sure this isn't you?" And I was like, "Well, yeah, that's me, like obviously." And she kind of just, I looked at my buddy and I was like, "Yeah, we're leaving, like close everything out, like we're going." And
countless death threats online, been spotted. I'll let you elaborate more on that, being spotted.
I mean, people have obviously just pointed us out. I mean, as a group and even on a one-on-one setting, I think it's really just like awkward because I don't want to talk about this, and I know my friends don't want to talk about this
any different. We don't treat Chase any different. And they just flipped it. And I just think that is so wild that they're pushing this thing that they're saying, "Oh, this is they want to end racism and all this stuff. Well, they're the one pushing it. They're pushing the racism.
When it comes to defamation?
Well, I think an injustice in one place is an injustice everywhere. I hate lying. I care about the truth, but most of all, it's the actual people who are involved here. So first of all, I just want to say Tyler Cox really welcomed me here. My co-counsel, he's an incredible human being and he's an incredible attorney. And then after that, I had an opportunity to meet these incredible young men.
What it do, guys? It's your boy, the Juice. As you all know, my name is Troy Bradshaw, but I go by the Juice. Good evening, folks. How's everybody doing tonight? Good to see you guys chiming in here. Big welcomes, man. I knew we would have some more news today, and look what we have today. I mean, we got some of Nolan's friends that have actually spoken out again. Is this healthy for them? Is this good for the case? I don't know. We'll chime in and talk about it, of course. I mean, this has been the biggest trending topic as of today, so we definitely got to chime in and share our thoughts, myself and amongst the folks that are chiming in tonight, of course, as well. I look forward to opening up the phone lines as well, so that way we can all have an open discussion about what's been going on here. I've been getting some pretty mean comments in the comment sections lately. I know some people just don't have enough patience for me when it comes to what I've already explained multiple times. And I'm going to say this again before we chime into any details, of course. We are going to have hard conversations. So just be aware of that and just know that we all do our own investigations amongst ourselves. With that being said, we have to look at all sides of everything that occurs in investigation. That's the mom, that's the friends, that's Nolan, that's anybody that may be involved in this. And I know it may be difficult for you, considering these boys are young. A lot of people choose a side. They don't want to see these boys go to jail. They don't want them to be guilty. Neither do I. Neither do I want to have to criticize these boys in any type of way, but we do have to question certain things that could be possible in this case. And so the same thing applies for the mom in this case as well. Is this a money grab? Do they know already that this is a drowning and it's not a homicide? We are going to continue to dig and continue to share our thoughts. Now, I know some people had some issues with the fact that I said that Warren was lying. I don't think that he's being 100% honest. That does not make him a murderer. That doesn't make him a murderer whatsoever. That's not me saying he's responsible for what happened to Nolan Wells. Neither am I saying that same thing applies to any of the boys that may be involved in whatever happened to Nolan Wells here. So with that being said, we got to get into this. We got to talk about, this interview. We got to watch this interview. We got to watch this whole thing today, man. We have to. Not only that, shouts to Daphne Casewell. She had a very interesting video that kind of proves the fact that these kids are actually friends. Now, best friends, I'm not going to say that they're best friends. I've been saying that. Now, I still question that. I don't simply agree with the fact that they are best friends, just considering the fact of the way that Warren refers to Nolan, and in comparison to how Javon talks about Nolan Wells. And I just don't think he's a best friend, but I think that they do come together often. Now, just because they come together often, that doesn't necessarily mean that they are best friends. I've been hearing a lot of rumors that we need to definitely address tonight for sure as well. So there have been people saying that there's cameras surrounding the area. Some say that they're fairly close enough to kind of see Horn Island. I wouldn't say that, but I mean, there is some that we saw on the main dock. Also, I've been hearing the rumor that there is that the mom is refusing to give the phone up. So I'm here to debunk that in every way if I possibly can. I don't think that the mom refused to give the phone up. From what I heard, she was willing and did give the phone up. So I'm not gonna run with that thought. I'm not gonna run with that theory because I don't think that that's true. I think that everyone in this investigation, from what I've heard, has been no more than cooperative. They've been cooperative from the jump. I haven't heard anybody not being cooperative in this investigation, but I did hear that there were some cameras found in the Nolan Wells investigation, but it was not found on Nolan, and it was not found on the boats. The cameras, everyone refers to as the video recording taken by the bystanders, which was later turned over to the Jackson County Sheriff's Office as evidence. It is not a secret surveillance camera or hidden device. So what the camera actually is the only confirmed camera evidence in the case. So a person at Horn Island party recorded a video at 2:23 p.m. showing a man in swim trunks matching Nolan, and this video was handed over to investigators. So I don't know what's going on with the whole camera thing, but I do got an interesting video. We might have to watch for that. But all of any camera footage has been turned over. They're not hiding anything from what I've heard, but that's just what I've dug up so far. The Mississippi Department of Marine Resources released the video footage connected to the emergency call from the sinking boat. This footage was also reviewed by investigators. The bystanders video is important because it shows someone who appears to be Nolan about 2 hours before his friends left the island. So it helps establish a timeline of Nolan's last confirmed movement. So it contradicts or complicates the group's statements about when they last saw him. The towboat video matters because it shows 7 people on the boat, but Nolan is missing. So it confirms the group's boat left Horn Island without him. So we'll see. We'll chime into some of these details here. But again, reminding you guys all, there are going to be some things that I definitely have to address and question that you might not like. Does not mean that I'm choosing a side. Does not mean that I'm talking down upon somebody. If an investigator, was investigating, do you think that he could investigate a case if he had filter for any party on either end with not knowing any results? No. How would he be able to move forward if they cared about someone's feelings? You really can't as an investigator. Now, personally, I'm not an investigator. However, I still have to try to live in the moment, try to think how they think, and, try to dissect it in every way from all angles. And that's what I'm going to do, whether you like it or not. Unfortunately, I got to do it. So anyway, I want to chime right into this video. I don't even want to waste no time here. We're going to get right into this video here. Let me chime into the chat. Say what's up to everybody chiming in, though. Good seeing you guys all chiming in, folks. Tarek, good seeing you. Olivia, big welcomes here. Tarek, is it Tarek? Yeah, I think Tarek. I did say what up to Tarek, I think. Tarek welcomes Summer, Angela, Lauren, Kelly, good seeing you guys. Welcome back. Those of you guys chiming in. Heja, big welcomes, Heja. I hope I said that name right, or is it Hej? Hej. I want to say J. Lola, good seeing you. Lola, Tara, TJ Truth, Perfectly Me. It looks like Multi-Chick, as well as Sweet Lee. Big welcomes, guys. Perfectly Me 470. Welcome, guys. Good seeing you guys chiming in here. Thanks so much for stopping by here as we get ready to cover some Nolan Wells here. So anyway, let's watch this video. Let's chime in. Let's observe and talk about this video here.
And I just got to say, these guys are
I'll
unbelievable.
start from the beginning here.
Obviously, before this happened, I would assume.
By the way, real quick, shouts to Officer Tatum for, giving us really the opportunity to see, to get some insight on what's really going on. And remember, these boys don't have to do this at all. They don't have to sit down and interview with Tatum. I don't know if these guys have attorneys representing them. And I don't know if they do, that they would want them to do this. So just FYI, just to remind you all, these boys are grown technically because they are 18. Some of them may be 19.
You're living a regular life, young guys being in college, having a typical experience, then you lose your friend.
I think ever since it happened, my life just hit like a hole. Like even going out, we're always paranoid somebody's gonna see us. get spotted, try to beat us up potentially, or even worse.
You just met these young men more recently. And are you confident that these young men had nothing to do with it? We have Ed Pausick, Warren, Jax.
All right, so pause it right here just so we can see all the names, since people really can't put put names on faces, so we want to address each name. There's Morgan Seymour, Jax. Is it Patalo? I don't know if I said that name right. Warren Hudson right there in the pink shirt, and then the last guy at the end is Edward Paltzik. So it looks like that is that lawyer who is representing them all. So it kind of looks like he dressed up like them to kind of blend in. I think that's supposedly one of the attorneys, I'm guessing, that did represent Donald Trump. I'll make sure I get it right by doing some research here. I think that's the attorney, guys, at the end right there. He's looking like the kids. That's crazy. I was wondering the whole time who that guy was. You don't picture an attorney looking like that. Usually attorney has a nice suit on and he makes himself noticeable, but I believe that might be the attorney present.
And then we have Morgan here. And so I talked to Warren last time I was.
Let's go back.
Young man had nothing to do with it. We have Ed Pausick, Warren, Jax, and then we have Morgan here. And so I talked to Warren last time I was here. We had a really deep conversation, and I'm glad that we were able to get other perspectives now that we have Ed here. Ed is a defamation attorney. And I want to start with you, Ed. Why did you choose to work with the boys? What is your plans? What do you expect to get out of working with them? What's your expectations when it comes to defamation?
Well, I think an injustice in one place is an injustice everywhere. I hate lying. I care about the truth, but most of all, it's the actual people who are involved here. So first of all, I just want to say Tyler Cox really welcomed me here, my co-counsel. He's an incredible human being and he's an incredible attorney. And then after that, I had an opportunity to meet these incredible young men. And I just got to say, these guys are unbelievable. Warren, Jackson, Morgan, they're just beautiful people. They're really decent human beings. They're just great people. And that's why I'm here, because I want to help great people. And this is a very sad situation, but it's also a very human situation, and it's a tragedy.
So you guys have, obviously before this happened, I would assume you're living a regular life, young guys being in college, having a typical experience. Then you lose your friend, Nolan. And after that, what has life been like for you guys?
I think like ever since it happened, my life just like hit like a hole, it just stopped. And I mean, we just got to live day by day from now on. I could say definitely a whole flip upside down for our lives. It's like even going out, we're always paranoid somebody's gonna see us, get spotted, try to beat us up potentially, or even worse. We're really just trying to stay low key and not go out as much or anything like that. Yeah.
It's been hard because my friends and our people. I mean, we like to be out and hang out outside of our friend group, and not being able to like go certain places or, walk around in public because our head's always on a swivel. It's really affected all of us. I mean, especially in like my family's standpoint, my safety comes first. My friends and family safety come first too, and it's been really hard because I'm worried about like my family as well with me, and it's hard. But we're just going day by day and just trying to get through every day.
Can you give me some examples of what has happened? Have you guys had things happen online, threats online? Have you guys have any examples of people accosting you or anything like that?
Oh yeah, we have had countless death threats online, been spotted. I'll let you elaborate more on that, spotted.
I mean, people have obviously just pointed us out. I mean, as a group and even on a one-on-one setting, I think it's really just like awkward because I don't want to talk about this, and I know my friends don't want to talk about this any more than we need to. You know, we're still mourning one of our best friends' death, and it's hard to speak about it when, you know, like sometimes we just need some alone time, or sometimes we just need to, you know, lay back and not be around all this. And I mean, I've been called out in public, and I haven't been in public that much. I know my friends have had encounters in public. The threats have been insane from, you know, my stepmom, my dad, my mom, just everyone included, like even my brothers and my sisters. And it's just hard. I mean, it's unbelievable where like this has been taken to and the level where this is at.
When you say you've been called out in public, can you give me an example of like, what do you mean? People are threatening you with weapons? People are, you know, not allowing you, denying you service? Because I heard that Trayston, he went to a corner store and they told him his money is not good there. They wouldn't even let him buy Gatorade.
Yeah.
Are you experiencing things like that or something totally different?
Right. I wouldn't say like that. I think I haven't been denied, you know, anything, but like Trayston, it's hard to hear from a good friend of mine that he's getting denied a Gatorade and a Red Bull before work and having to, like, he calls me, he's like, dude, you won't believe what just happened. He got called out at Walmart. Someone called him out at Walmart and was like asking him all these questions and trying to press him about it. And it's crazy to me. Like, you know, we live in a very tight knit community, and for people to, you know, push back and say these things when they know what Ocean Springs is like, it's really hard. And I mean, I haven't had many personal encounters, but I know being around the guys and stuff like that, they have, so.
And Ed, as an attorney that's representing these boys, I mean, what does that make you feel like? You know, do you feel like you got a good case here, or, you know, what's your perspective in that? Because, you know, people are online and obviously they know who you are. Obviously they know you represented Donald Trump in some pretty high profile cases. And so now that you've joined, or at least now you work for the young men here, you hear them say things like they've been accosted, they've been, you know, threatened online. Does that make your case a greater case, or how do you work within what's happening to these young men?
Well, unfortunately, I wish there was no case. I wish this hadn't happened. But unfortunately, because these things did happen, there is a case, and now there's multiple cases. And I'm gonna tell you something. If you're out there and you lied about these guys, you lied about my guys, you lied about Tyler's guys here, if you lied about Morgan, if you lied about Jax, if you lied about Warren, we're gonna get you. And you're gonna be hauled into court, you're gonna be held accountable, and it's gonna be very painful.
Yeah, Angela, I mean, I hate to think negative or sound negative, but it does seem like they're more concerned about their well-being than, you know, just they're more concerned about what they're going through. They talk about more what they're going through more than their friend, but we can't criticize them like that too much, you know, I guess. But it does seem like that more than them, you know, talking about their friendship with Nolan, I guess. But I mean, it is part of what they're going through right now is part of, you know, what happened, I guess, you know, especially due to the fact that they're saying that they are innocent. So I don't know.
And what I would say to the people who have done that is, now's your chance. If you want to apologize and retract before you find yourself in court, you should probably do that now. Because if you don't do that, once you're in court, now you just can't leave. You won't be able to get out of it. And we're not going to name names because there's some other folks.
Wow. So this guy, the lawyer, already making threats? Whew. Hey, and these boys like him. You could tell these boys they really like this guy. I mean, he's definitely built their confidence a bit, which is good. It's important to like the attorney that's representing you. That boy coming with the heat.
We're doing that, and we want to be better than that. And I want to emphasize this, right? We're not here to get that for court. You should probably do that if you want to. And what I would say to the people who have done that is, now's your chance. If you want to apologize and retract before you find yourself in court, you should probably do that now. Because if you don't do that, once you're in court, now you just can't leave.
Wow.
You won't.
Who is he talking to, guys? Who is he talking to? Is he talking to, you guys think he's talking to Benjamin Crump? I think he's talking to Crump. And a couple other people too.
You won't be able to get out of it. And we're not going to name names because there's some other folks who are doing that, and we want to be better than that. And I want to emphasize this, right? We're not here to guess. We're not here to speculate. We're only going to deal in facts, right? And here's the most important thing, right? We don't know.
Hey, Lunatic, thanks so much for stopping by.
No one here is saying we know.
Hit that,
but what we do know is
hit that live, Lunatic.
Morgan,
don't hesitate.
Jax, and
Go
Warren
live.
had nothing whatsoever to do with Nolan Wells' death. And that's what's important. And unfortunately, because there are people who want to divide a town and come in from the outside and tell people what to think and pit neighbor against neighbor, it compounds the tragedy. It magnifies the tragedy. And I just want to say this. Here's why it's an even bigger tragedy. Because my friends here, Morgan, Jax, and Warren, these guys are not just the finest that Ocean Springs has to offer, the finest that Mississippi has to offer. These are the finest young men that America has to offer. These are, really great people. And Tyler actually taught me good Ocean Springs people. That was one of the first things I heard when I got here. So I'll just say that they're good Ocean Springs people.
Sorry to interrupt. I know you're enjoying this incredible interview. Make sure you hit. It had nothing to. And are you confident that these young men had nothing to do with it?
Confidence not a strong enough word. In fact, beyond a reasonable doubt is not strong enough. There's a 0% chance that they did anything wrong.
Wow.
So this is not 90%. It's not 99%. It's not 99.9999. There's no decimals. There's no anything. It's 100%. 100.000%. Nothing. They did nothing wrong. And that's the problem for our opponents here, who have ruined their lives, dragged them through the mud, and attacked them. You don't get to lie. We have a First Amendment. We love our First Amendment. But you don't get to lie and hurt people. You want to lie and it doesn't hurt people? Fine. You lie and you hurt people, that's why we have defamation. And that's what this is about. So I just want to emphasize this in the strongest possible terms. Zero wrongdoing. Completely innocent, totally innocent, and categorically innocent.
And you guys have had.
Wow, I wonder what makes this lawyer so strong about that. Like, what's provoking him to think that they're they're 100% innocent. I mean, and he was he was very straightforward. No decimals whatsoever. Not 99.9, 100% innocent. So, I mean, with that being said, I'm just curious what really convinces him that they are 100% innocent. Wow, a powerful message from that lawyer, that's for sure. And I really want to believe him. I really do. I mean, I don't know at this point in time. I really don't know if anybody's responsible. Because for me personally, I've always went back and forth from the beginning of this case, but I am questioning the fact that the mother may know, or the lawyer. But either way, if the lawyer knows, the mother knows, if this was a drowning or not. Remember, the autopsies are done. They're just not going to present this to a grand jury. I mean, I think this is a toxicology that's not finished yet, which is probably the most important one, I guess. But I mean, if it's been ruled that this is a drowning and they're aware of that and they're still going to go forward with this, then I'm just going to assume that this is a money grab at this point. I mean, there's not going to be any point of pushing this in the direction of trying to get somebody arrested. Then at that point, they would just be trying to make somebody responsible for this, and they don't want to accept and believe the fact that this was a drowning. And that is going to be crazy if it's one of those scenarios. That would be mind-boggling. And I hope that that's not what's going on behind the scenes. I keep saying that. But again, I know people are going to criticize me for it because they think that I'm criticizing the mom. But again, if it's a money grab, because they're getting a lot of money and attention from this, which, like I said, the money doesn't matter. I mean, but if it is the case, and that's what this is about, that's kind of sad, especially because, it should be about Nolan regardless. It shouldn't be about money or trying to pin this on somebody who's really not responsible for it. So I mean, we'll see when that the toxicology comes back, or the autopsies in general. We'll see what it rules.
Experiences with either people threatening you online. I know that, Warren, we talked about this before, and we talked a little, or at least spoke a little bit about when you go out, you guys are getting accosted by people. Can you give us an example of, or at least tell the audience an example of an incident where you guys may have been accosted, or what does that look like when you go out? People threaten you with weapons, or people trying to physically harm you, or people having to be restrained? What kind of engagement is happening when you guys go out?
We went to a restaurant, a couple of buddies of mine, and when we were, I wouldn't say threatening with weapons or anything, but I felt, and I know my friends felt, threat for our lives. I mean, I don't think there was like a fear factor, but at the same time,
Judy, I don't have anything to say that I need to be careful about. Not to be rude, but I really don't have anything that I really am worried about being careful about saying it again. That's why I remind you guys all that, again, this is, we're going to have tough conversations. So be aware of that. Like I said, I'm not joking when I say we're going to have tough conversations, and I'm going to talk about this at all angles, meaning I'm not taking anyone's side. So I'm going to criticize. It's going to sound like I'm criticizing everyone from every angle. So I'm not being careful about what I'm saying whatsoever. I'm going to address every angle possible that could be possible.
I'm like, it's awkward in public, like I stated, like when we have to talk about these things. But we went to a restaurant and someone came up to me and was like, "Is this you?" And I was kind of like shaken up about it. Well, at first she asked like my name and like all these questions, and I was like, okay, whatever, she's just coming up to talk. Well, then she came up to me again and showed me our first interview and was like, "Are you sure this isn't you?" And I was like, "Well, yeah, that's me, like obviously." And she kind of just, I looked at my buddy and I was like, "Yeah, we're leaving, like close everything out, like we're going." And I left, and there was an altercation after I left with some of my buddies that weren't involved in this at all. And they told my friends that they were going to kill them and they wanted to fight and all this. Like,
yeah, so this has mainly so far been about what they've been experiencing from, the fact that everybody thinks that they're guilty. Sparks and Sparkles says, "I don't understand why they would choose Tatum's platform. He's already known to be controversial." I mean, I questioned that at the beginning, but at the same time, I mean, Tatum's he's doing pretty well on his platform, and I guess that really doesn't matter. I mean, due to the fact that he's highly successful on YouTube right now, I think it's holds a greater chance of putting the message out there and being discovered by the entire world. But I think any platform they chose to join, it would have got out there somehow, some way. Because of the controversy that surrounds the situation itself. But I don't know. Tatum is doing pretty well on YouTube, so maybe that's why. Jesse Collins, I'll let that slide that one time.
crazy stuff. I mean, I wasn't there, but my friends told me this, that what the people were saying to them was like,
yeah, far right is the lawyer. Far right at the end. I don't know why he dressed like that, but I mean, maybe he had something. Maybe he was out with kids, last minute thing. I don't know. Who knows? But that is the attorney representing them.
totally just crazy. Like, I mean, there was people like that were, outside of this telling us like, "Hey, you need to leave before something happens because I know what could go down right now. And like, I know that these people are crazy." So, I mean, we all felt, we were kind of shaken up about that. It was weird because it was our first encounter as a group. And I think it's also like just crazy that people will like look at you in the eye and tell you they'll kill you because they believe you killed your best friend and you have nothing to do with it.
And Morgan and Jax, were you guys there?
Yes, we were there.
I was there.
I didn't hear the part where they said they were gonna kill him and stuff, but I did hear whenever she came up to him originally, she was like, "Hey, you have like TikTok or anything like that? Your face looks really familiar." And he was like, "No, I don't have TikTok, anything like that." And she was like, "Oh, okay," and then walked off, and then came back with, like you said, the first interview, on her phone and showing him. She's like, "So this isn't you. Either you have a doppelganger or this is you." And he was like, "Well, yeah, that's me." And then we got the check and we bounced, and we were waiting outside for everybody else to get out of there. And while we're waiting outside is whenever some of our other buddies that aren't even on social media that we were just there with was getting told that other people were going to kill them and all that kind of stuff.
So how did that make you guys feel when did you think they were serious? Did you think it was just people trying to make a name for themselves by confronting you in front of others? Like, what was your take on that, Morgan?
I think it was just like, I was in the general area of where one of our buddies was, where this altercation happened. And I actually got into a conversation with a fellow next to me that wasn't even involved. And he told me straight up, he was like, "If I was y'all right now, I would leave before y'all get hurt. Y'all need to leave right now. I'm just watching out for y'all and making sure y'all are safe." And I mean, I wouldn't say that those people would have physically done something in that moment, but I think they were playing like almost like a mental game, like just to get into your head and just almost like make yourself like just think these things that obviously are not true.
If you can go back to the very beginning of this, how do you think this should have played out? Because I always question in my mind that when I go back, I look at what happened, I look at the initial stories with Nolan, and you guys knew him, right? I didn't know him. I know none of you guys. I just had a chance to meet you guys more recently. But how do you think this should have gone? If you could control the environment, Nolan is found deceased. How do you guys think that this should have been put out to the world?
So first off, I wish that none of this would ever happen. I wish Nolan could still be here with us today. And I wish that, like I said, none of this would ever happen. Like I wish that all this could be erased and Nolan could be here tomorrow. I mean, that's more than anything. But other than that, I feel like his mom blasting us on social media from the get-go, saying that he was out there with Warren and another guy. That's where it first started to take off. And then also the fact that she posted a picture of me and Morgan.
Wow.
And another guy and Nolan on the boat together, blasting that out there, pushing this narrative, kind of, I guess.
Man.
I wish that would have never happened either.
So it's not just Crump who's pushing this narrative about the boys. Not on the race, aspect of things. Just the simple fact that these boys are guilty. So she's not even. Hold on. So wait a minute. Let's get this right. According to him, and I'm not going to say I'm just going to believe him and take his word for it, but he's saying that the mother pushed this out probably before anybody. I'm assuming because that's what he just said. So she's the one who pushed this narrative out there that these boys are guilty. And she posted a picture of them online, yet she's online saying that she wants the truth. She wants to get to the bottom of it, but she's not being patient and she's not waiting to get to the bottom of it. She's already sharing her thoughts online, saying what she thinks. Oh man, that's not good. That's not good. And that's not fair to these boys. That's not fair to them boys. And we don't know yet. We don't know if they're guilty or not yet. Come on, people. Let's go back here.
That's where it first started to take off. And then also the fact that she posted a picture from the get-go. Other than that, be here tomorrow. I mean, that's more than anything.
Yeah, I haven't watched this yet, guys. I waited to watch this with you guys.
All this could be erased and Nolan could be here tomorrow. I mean, that's more than anything. But other than that, I feel like his mom blasting us on social media from the get-go, saying that he was out there with Warren and another guy. That's where it first started to take off. And then also the fact that she posted a picture of me and Morgan and another guy and Nolan on the boat together, blasting that out there, pushing this narrative, kind of, I guess. I wish that would have never happened either. And I don't think those would have never happened, a lot of this stuff wouldn't have been as viral or gone all over the country at this point. I mean, this is a countrywide news story that is just blown out of proportion. And the fact that it was our best friend and it's not what people are saying it is what hurts the most. I mean, that was our brother. I mean, straight up. That's what I told his dad the night that he came over to my house. He was like, blah, blah, saying something. I was like, dude, that was my brother. Like, and you know that. He knows.
Oh, he doesn't want to say what his dad actually said to him because the dad was not upset. He was very upset, I'm sure, that night. And I don't blame him at all. And just to go back here and readdress my comment there too. No, I could honestly agree, with what you're saying, Sharon. I would be pretty upset too. And I'd probably do the same thing because I'd let anger get the best of me and just my feelings in general get the best of me and probably post these boys my dang self. But I'm just saying, at the end of the day, they don't really deserve to be posted online and be. It's one thing to put them online, and say, hey, this is the last people that my son was with. Even though you know who he's with regardless, but you're telling the world that, which is perfectly fine. But it's another thing to say that they're responsible for what happened to him. Now that's different. That's just jumping to conclusion when she doesn't know. And my thing would be, what I would encourage her to do is just be patient and wait till we get to the bottom of this, because then you're obviously going to be sorry, but it's understandable because, you lost your son. So there's a lot going on. So I understand it both ways. I can't say I 100% disagree with it because I know what emotions can do to a person. It's, and I don't know how it feels to lose a child. I know that's the last thing any parent would want. And I just can't imagine how that can affect the way you think and just life itself. So I can't knock her for, posting them online and, it's just for that specific part, but not painting a picture of what really happened, because I guess he stated that she did paint the narrative, as in they were held responsible for what they did, as in they murdered him. So I don't know if they deserve that yet, because we don't know if that is the case yet. But also, I think what bothers me when it comes to the mom is the fact that she's picking and choosing who she's communicating with. Like, you've seen her sit down. She had the interview with Javon, but she's not willing to talk to Warren and his friends. Yet she's willing to talk to Javon, and Javon is black, which is, not good for the world's view, because the way the world is thinking about everything, it's all race. So a lot of people are going to think, well, if she's talking to a black kid, but why is she talking to the white kids? Is she racist? You know what I'm saying? And that's just me just giving the idea of just the way the world could think. So, I don't know, but I think every kid that went with him and left him is responsible for leaving him behind, whether they're black or white. It doesn't matter. All of them went together as a group. So everybody is held accountable for leaving their friend behind regardless. I don't care. So, it's not just these three boys that could be possibly responsible for this, if that's the case, and that's what it turns out to be. Just saying. So I think, and what I guess we could blame Katie, but since apparently everybody's so sure that Katie was the last one that was with Nolan, although I don't really know that either. So I don't really know. I mean, I guess it's anyone's own opinion based on what they think as far as who would be responsible for leaving Nolan on this island. But also at the end of the day, you do have to consider the fact that he's grown as well, that no one of his friends could force him to go anywhere. And we all know how some of our friends get when they're around girls, right? Some of them like really get all lovey-dovey, and they just want it to be them and that girl. Like, let them wander off and do their thing, leave them be. So I mean, every friend is different when it comes to girls. So I mean, that could have been the case, and he wandered off with Katie. But I also wonder why it wouldn't have been Katie that would have been the first person to reach out, because Katie if she was supposedly the last one with him, why wouldn't she be the first one to reach out? Like, hey, yo, he didn't have a phone. Just call him and check to see if he made it home in the next couple of hours or something like that. Who knows? Maybe she did reach out and say that, but it doesn't sound like it. And then there's conflicting stories, not only amongst the boys, but between the mom and the boys. The stories are conflicting because Warren says he was the first person, or he was the one to give the phone back. Not only that, he says he was the first person to call and report him missing. But then yesterday, we watched it again. Because I wanted to just show you guys that the mom of Javon was the one who was the person who got the phone back. So who is it? Who is telling the truth? Who's lying here? And then another story that's conflicting here. Tristan says he's been to her house. The mom says, and that was one of the first things we learned in this case. Tristan says, hey, I've been there multiple times. And she says she doesn't know me. How does she not know me? I left my car over there for several days, weeks. And on top of that, I left my new car there, but she doesn't know me. So who's telling the truth here? But it's all right. It's all going to come out. We'll all eventually learn, what's really going on, why she's doing what she's doing, who knows who. It'll all come to light here.
And another guy, that's where it first started to take off. And then also the fact that she posted a picture of me and Morgan and another guy and Nolan on the boat together, blasting that out there, pushing this narrative, kind of, I guess. I wish that would have never happened either. And I don't think if those would have never happened, a lot of this stuff wouldn't have been as viral or gone all over the country at this point. I mean, this is a countrywide news story that is just blown out of proportion.
Let's roll back real quick, because remember, he was talking about the dad, and he doesn't mention what the dad says to him because I think the dad was the one that got the keys. I can't remember. I'll check just to be sure, just to cover my tracks.
And another guy, that's where it first started to take off. And then also the fact that she posted a picture of me and Morgan and another guy and Nolan on the boat together, blasting that out there, pushing this narrative, kind of, I guess. I wish that would have never happened either. And I don't think if those would have never happened, a lot of this stuff wouldn't have been as viral or gone all over the country at this point. I mean, this is a countrywide news story that is just blown out of proportion. And the fact that it was our best friend and it's not what people are saying it is what hurts the most. I mean, that was our brother. I mean, straight up. That's what I told his dad the night that he came over to my house. He was like, blah, blah, saying something. I was like, dude, that was my brother. Like,
He was like, blah, blah, saying something. And he was like, that was my brother. So apparently they didn't have a very good interaction. Remember, Nolan stayed at his friend's house on July 3rd. So the night before they went out on this trip, he stayed at his friend's house. So after Nolan was reported missing, his parents started retrieving his belongings, and Christine got the phone first. Elmore, the dad, went and got the keys. So Elmore went to the boys' house to get Nolan's keys. And, this is where things got weird. So the boys told them that they didn't know where the keys were. And then they acted confused. They stalled. They claimed they didn't find them. By the way, it took them 15 minutes to go get the phone upon arrival, from what we heard when Javon's mom was talking about getting the keys in the interview. Because remember, they tracked down the phone by Snapchat, supposedly. And Life 360 showed a completely different location. So 5 minutes later, suddenly the keys appeared. One of the boys goes inside and makes a phone call, comes back out and magically finds the keys. Elmore, exact reaction from the press conference. He says, now I feel like they lied. Now I feel like that you lied to me is what it quotes that he says. So Elmore took the keys and then turned them over to investigators. He didn't keep them. He did not hide them. He did not refuse to hand them over. The keys went straight into the officials, evidence chain. So, I think the important thing of why these moments matter is because the boys had Nolan's keys. They didn't immediately hand them over. They gave conflicting, behavior. And then they acted like they didn't know where the keys were. And then, the keys appeared, after a mysterious phone call. So, and that was one of the earliest red flags for the parents that made the parents question the honesty of the group. So that's pretty much how things started to play out in the beginning of time. Let's continue.
And he knows that. We were picking him up every single day. He never drove. I can't tell you how many times I pulled up in his driveway and picked him up. And it wasn't him asking, it was just because that's what we did. We just picked up Nolan all the time.
Real quick here, this is what I'm talking about. This is how a friend talks about a friend here. He says things about his friend that kind of says, gives you a view of his personality. This is what Warren did not do. So maybe some of these friends are a little bit closer than Warren is. Because remember, Warren refers to his groups of friends when, he hangs out with Nolan. So I kind of like the way this other friend is talking, and we haven't really heard from him.
Hey, he never drove. I can't tell you how many times I pulled up in his driveway and picked him up. And it wasn't him asking, it was just because that's what we did. We just picked up Nolan all the time. That's how he, came about to all the stuff that we were going to. We'd go and pick him up. That's how much we like to be around him. We would do stuff like that all the time,
Well, first off, I wish we would have never, I think about this every day. I wish we would have never went out on the 4th of July because I know this wouldn't have happened. Nolan wouldn't be gone. And it's really hard to think about because it's like, I wish I would have done this different, or I wish I would have done that different, because now one of my brothers wouldn't have passed away. But
I agree with that.
Big welcome, Vodka. I agree. Misty, big welcome. Good to see you. And I'm glad that we came together as a group, even from the first day when people started texting us things, saying, crazy things. But I wish it wouldn't have been reported as some type of race thing. I think it's really bad that people are pushing the narrative, oh, this is a race thing. Well, obviously it's not. I mean, this is like a brother to us. I mean, Nolan's no different than anyone else in our group. And I just wish this wasn't pushed on the media as, oh, this is a bunch of white guys that killed a black guy, or this is in the beginning it was like 4 guys went to a stranded island and dumped Nolan at the island and just left him there.
That was one of the things that bothered me, the fact that there's no emotion, there's no tears. I get it, guys. I'm with you guys with some of you guys commenting the fact that there's no emotion. I'm with you. I'm with it. But I can't criticize that because all of these kids are different, but these must be some damn strong kids because their emotions, they don't really have much emotion. That's for sure. I'd be crying. I'm not going to lie. And I'm not someone who's afraid to cry. I don't care where I'm at and who I'm in front of. And not only that, why not share some emotion about what they're going through? Not even just about Nolan. Why no emotion about what they're going through as well, considering they're getting death threats. And Tristan explains how he goes in the store. Well, they explained how Christian said he went in the store and they told him that his money is not good there. So, I mean, why aren't they, emotionally upset? They don't even seem much of upset, to be honest with you. They're just kind of expressing their thoughts and how life has been since the day, Nolan went missing or was found dead. So I don't know. That's bothering to me. But again, I can't really throw them under the bus because they're not crying. But, everybody's, I guess, is different, when they do cry. Some people don't like to cry in front of people. For me personally, this is not one of those situations where I could hold back a whole lot of emotion, though. So either they're strong or they're just really hiding something here. I don't know.
From the beginning, it was just like this thing, and no one had facts, and they were just pushing this horrible narrative, all lies about everyone, and it's sick. So I wish that would have been completely different. I'm glad I called the Coast Guard. I'm glad I made the first contact within all of this. I'm glad I was the first one that called Christine Wells that night and told her that we haven't heard from her son. And I'm glad that I did all of that, but I hate the way this has been perceived by the media and portrayed. This has like been absolutely horrible with the way and the things that they've said to us and done. But other than that, I mean, there's not much I would change from my point of view and my friend's point of view. I think we did everything right, and I know we did nothing wrong.
I think I also want to say, I think it's so criminal that they took something so anti-racist and flipped it into something super racist. Like they took, this is the definition of anti-racism. I mean, that we did not look at Nolan any different than I looked at him, or even you. You know, this is literally our brother. I mean, like we stated, we did not treat him any different. We didn't treat Trayson any different. We don't treat Trayson any different. And they just flipped it. And I just think that is so wild that they're pushing this thing that they're saying, oh, they want to end racism and all this stuff. Well, they're the one pushing it. They're pushing the racism. And I just think that's kind of crazy.
I could agree with his comment on that. I could agree with that. And you guys know me. I agree. I disagree with the fact that race is inserted into the situation until we get to the bottom of it. Although we know Mississippi has that history, that doesn't mean that race should apply to the situation until we know the truth. Simple.
Morgan, what's your thoughts on this? How does it affect you?
If I mean, first I want to say I wish this would have never happened. I wish Nolan would still be here with us today. And but I, in my opinion, I think that the media, they shouldn't have pushed a narrative from so early. I think that they should have let the local officials do their job, let them release statements, and then, I mean, the media is obviously going to see that and then do whatever they do. But that's what I mean. I trust the local officials.
Ed, with what has transpired, you know, how does that dictate your response? Because you have a 30,000 foot view of all of this stuff, right? You see the way that it could have went, and you see that there's people that instigated the narrative that's out there now. And as a, defamation attorney, how does this navigate your tactics?
Sure, and I want to be clear about something. Tonight, I'm not going to give any particular person any more oxygen than they may have already sucked up. But I will say this. What's been said about Morgan, Jax, and Warren, I'm not going to call them untruths or half-truths or falsehoods. I'm going to call it what it is, lies. So the first thing that's really important here is we're dealing with lies and liars. We're dealing with profiteers. We're dealing with hustlers. And one thing that I've seen since I got here is that Ocean Springs, Mississippi, is a really beautiful place. And the region is very beautiful. It's one of the most beautiful places in the country. And there is just no question, the death of Nolan Wells is a horrendous tragedy. But for the tragedy to then be magnified after his death for no reason other than profit is a disgrace, or what we would call a shanda.
Wow. So apparently he said he's not going to give us any more oxygen, but he's giving us some more oxygen. So apparently the lawyer's already saying, I had to stop him right there. Apparently he's saying that this is for profit. This is for, this is a money grab. That's what he's saying. He thinks that these people are just trying to suck some money out of people. Just simply financial gain. That's what he's saying so far. Very interesting.
And I had the opportunity to go to Horn Island today with Tyler and Warren and Jax. And a lot of people who have been
By the way, there's going to be a part 2. Of course, he's going to divide this all up. So this isn't going to be it, guys.
Been sucking up way more oxygen than they're entitled to have not been to the island. I'm willing to bet that a lot of the hustlers and profiteers and liars have not been to that island. And you have to go to that island. And being at the island today was revelatory. It was really illuminating. It's a very dynamic marine environment, first of all. But when you go to the island, you see instantly that what some people want to be true, what they wish to be true, they're trying to wish it to be true. They're trying to make it true through their lies. It's actually not possible. It is a very, very long and narrow barrier island. It's basically very low sand dunes. And in the particular part of the island that we're dealing with, there are no trees. It's hardly any foliage, hardly any tree cover, hardly any plants, and it's wide open. And on July 4th, there were thousands of people there. There is no possible way that anybody could have committed a murder in broad daylight on a barren, windswept island that is narrow and was just swamped with people that day in broad daylight. It's just not possible given the natural environment there. And that leads me to the next point, which is this. Once you know what the timeline is, when you combine the timeline with the actual dynamics of the island itself, all of the lies completely unravel because it isn't possible, and here's why. Morgan, Warren, and Jax left the island at about 4:30 p.m. That's it. They were gone. That is not open for debate. So that's a fact. They were gone. And at that time, Nolan Wells was still alive. Now, I'm not going to name them out of respect for their privacy, but just as one example, there are two very fine, upstanding members of the Ocean Springs community who saw Nolan Wells at about 10 minutes to 6 p.m. So about an hour and a half after these fine young men had left the island. They were gone, departed. Nolan Wells was alive. And these two witnesses, two very reliable, very credible, and very upstanding members of the community, they saw Nolan. And they've known Nolan for years. There's no chance that they made a mistake. And by the way, this can be corroborated through other evidence, other eyewitness accounts. And that's the end of it right there. And that's before we get into everything else about the situation.
And when I look at this, I feel like there's levels of defamation and areas of defamation. And I'm not going to speak on your behalf because this is y'all's story to tell, your story to litigate. But which areas are the most egregious that you are going to go after, or that you guys think also are areas where people have taken this situation and clearly lied to the public? One being the phone call. What is your thoughts on that phone call to Cito? Some people have gone out and done enhancements to the audio, and in doing that, created a transcript manually. It doesn't appear that the transcript was derived from an automated system or have any, in my opinion, real integrity with it. What are your thoughts first, you guys, on the audio, and then I'll get to you, Ed, on how.
You didn't miss anything. I was just thanking LOL. Thanks so much for the $10 super chat. She says, great coverage on showing all sides of what's happening here in the Nolan Wells case. Such a sad story for everyone involved. God bless you, LOL. Thanks for the love and support, by the way.
Could that be a defamatory area, the way it was produced? So what do you guys think about that audio?
Part 2 coming soon. It looks like they're gonna go with part 2. I think that's probably gonna happen. I'm assuming tomorrow, because the last time he did the interview, it was when he did the interview with Warren, he released the part 2 the next day. So I'm assuming the same thing might apply with this one here. Why does he have the third guy next to Nolan far right face covered up? That's weird. Because we already know what he looks like. But I guess he has to protect his platform. Perhaps there was a lawsuit that could be held against him, I'm assuming. But we'll see. We'll see how things play out here. I don't know. I can't call it, man. I mean, like I said, I like to address this from all angles. I can't call it. I really can't. I don't know how this is gonna pan out. Like I told you guys yesterday, I'm leaning in a direction that this is more so of a money grab than it is a homicide. I think something just tells me that they're not willing to accept the fact that this was accidental, and they're making it a race thing, and they feel like they're not being treated fairly in this situation as opposed to a white person. If it was a white person that was dead on that boat, I think that they feel like this would have been handled differently, which I can't argue with. Maybe it would, maybe it wouldn't. I don't know. I really don't. But I mean, I do know there are certain statistics that, say that prove that black people's situations are handled differently when it comes to, white folks. But I can't say for this particular situation that it's being handled a certain way because of race. I can't do that. I don't feel like that's, fair to anybody in this case at all, for me to sit here and say, hey, well, it's because he's black that they're trying to throw this under the rug. I can't say that, because I have to wait until we get to the bottom of this. Real quick, I'm gonna show you guys something real quick here that actually proves that they are somewhat, friends. And again, shouts to Daphne Case Files. She was the one
found it, and it's not
who found this. She says that this video is not all over the internet, and she kind of shows them hanging out one night. I don't know if this is the night before. I think she says what night it is, but check this out here.
That you most likely haven't seen, because I just found it, and it's not all over the internet. It's actually footage, I believe, from last year around October, and it's Nolan with Warren and a couple other buddies that he was out on Horn Island with. So check this out. What I'm about to show you is a video. I believe it is from last October around Halloween, and this woman, I believe she is an artist of some type, and she does art, okay? And she's going to tell you right here what happened. Basically, let me show you this.
Bitch, I'm downtown right now, and all these boys are like, we know Lisa.
Hey, Lisa, how you doing? Hey, Lisa.
So you could see right there, I don't know the boy's name in the middle, but you could see that is Warren right there.
That's
Here
Seymour.
is
That's
Nolan
Seymour
himself, and I'm going to continue the video.
Yeah, mom's beautiful.
Stupid. I'm like, she's at work. They're like, no, we know you, girl. We know you, girl. Bitch, I'm downtown right now, and all these boys are like, we know Lisa.
Hey, Lisa, how you doing?
I think that might be maybe Bart right there, but I'm not too sure. But you could see that all four of them are hanging out there. It looks to be around Halloween, October-ish. I could be wrong, but obviously this was prior to Nolan's death on the 4th of July.
Lisa! Yeah, mom's beautiful. Lisa, mom has the best mom in the world. She's trying to... No, stop. Shit, she's trying to...
So it looks like all four of the guys that were there on the boat, and it looks like they're in front of Palmetto Place, is what it says on the front.
Stop. Shit, she's trying to... Stop. Shit, she's trying to...
Oh no, let me know down below if you've seen this video.
If you can go back.
So,
His name in the middle.
They're definitely
but you can see
friends.
that is Warren right there. Here is Nolan himself, and I'm going to continue the video.
Yeah, mom's beautiful. We have mom has the best night in the world.
Stupid. I'm like, she's at work. They're like, no, we know you, girl. We know you, girl. Bitch, I'm downtown right now, and all these boys are like, we know Lisa.
Hey, Lisa, how you
I think that might be maybe Bart right there, but I'm not too sure. But you could see that all four of them are hanging out there. It looks to be around Halloween, Octoberish. I could be wrong, but obviously this was prior to Nolan's death on the 4th of July.
Lisa! We love your mom. Your mom's beautiful. We have mom has the best night in the world. She's straight. Whoa! No, stop. Shit, she's straight.
I mean, they're
So it
definitely
looks like all
friends. They're
four of the
definitely
guys
friends.
that-
Now, best friends is a whole nother story. However, they do seem to have somewhat of a relationship. They do seem to get together. It looks like she said that this was the night before, I believe. So, I mean, at least we're able to prove the fact that they really do hang out, not just on the boat. You know, outside of that, they've seemed to hang out. And it does check out that what Warren was saying, you know, when he gets around a certain group of friends that they do hang out. And they were kind of cuddled up, you know, so it seems like they have somewhat of a bond. So, I mean, I just can't say that they're best friends, however, but I mean, they definitely seem like they're, you know, they've got a friendship for sure. Yeah, Marissa, I agree. She says, so sad the mother started trouble. Yeah, I mean, in a sense, she lighted a little fuel for sure. She lit some fuel. Now, I don't know if that was her intentions. However, I mean, she did light a little fuel there. And again, like I said, I just hope that this isn't a money grab situation and it comes out later that they already know what was determined surrounding that autopsy. Now, that's going to be very saddening if that's the case. And it's gonna, you know, it's gonna suck for her because she's gonna be criticized even more, and it's gonna be sad because it shouldn't be about money at all. It should be about bringing justice for her son. That's all it's about right now is, you know, justice for Nolan. The money portion should not matter, and she's highly blessed to have the people that's surrounding her and helping her right now. I mean, you got Tyler Perry, Terrell Owens, Colin Kaepernick, Al Sharpton has donated some money, and then we got a well-off, highly successful lawyer, which is Benjamin Crump. I know a lot of people don't like him, but she's surrounded by a lot of people, a lot of sources with a whole lot of money. So, I mean, I don't really think they really need to go up anymore on the, you know, GoFundMe. It started at $750,000. It went up 100,000. I think that's it's good. All right, it's good. And then the boys went up another 100,000 too. They started off at 100,000, and they took it up to 200,000. So I don't know where they're at with their, you know, their gifts and or GoFundMe, but you know, it's I think that they're doing real good. You know, and no money. There's no X amount of money that's going to, you know, it's not going to make up for the loss of Nolan. So get as much money as you can. But I mean, I just really hope, based on the autopsy results, that they don't know exactly what's really determined at this time. But I don't know why something tells me that they already know what's determined. And I think the fact that the independent autopsy was ruled undetermined is so that they're able to make a ruling for the autopsies that are still pending moving forward. So we'll see. We will see. I mean, they have all the autopsy reports from what I heard, except for the toxicology. That one's still pending, as I know. As of yesterday, I checked. I don't know what applies today. You know, I don't know if that's still pending or not, but that's in question right now for sure. And again, I think that Javon is going to be one of the key factors in this case, and might even be Katie as well, but Javon for sure. And the fact that they took down his videos, both of them, it's questionable for sure as to whether or not he may know something, and the fact that he probably talked too much anyways, or said too much in those interviews, which is crazy. It is very crazy. That money goes to whoever comes forward No, not the money that they raise on Gibson Go. No, not at all. That's the money that goes directly in their pocket. And maybe whatever they got to pay for this lawyer, but I honestly think somebody's already paid for that lawyer. I wouldn't put it past anybody that's going to cover the cost of the lawyer. But the money that's already raised for whoever has any answers for Nolan is a whole nother separate thing, which has already been raised as well, which is $125,000 as of right now. So we'll see if anybody ends up winning that reward. And you know, I hope that somebody comes forward if that's the case. But I'm starting to think that there's really no reason for anybody to come forward because there's nobody that did anything wrong. However, I do think that there is a possibility though that it could have been accidental. And I don't know how anybody would view that, but I mean, I guess that could still stand as a murder, an accidental murder. I guess I don't know how you would, but I mean, I think that could also result in a lesser charge or sentencing if perhaps this was an accident. Someone had an interesting theory and said Bart might have pulled up the wrong way and hit him with the front end of the boat somehow. And that's why you hear that audio, saying, is he dead? Check his chest. But also I hear both things in the audio, so it makes me kind of see both sides of it when I hear the fact that they do say in the audio something about sinking. So you do hear the fact that they're shouting out Nolan's name. They're saying, check his chest, or is he dead? But also on the other end, they're also stating that they're sinking in the audio. So it's kind of a little bit of both. I know, it's kind of crazy. So it's kind of, I mean, it's also like, which direction do you want to go with this? Or do you want to, I mean, that's the only reason why I could assume that it was an accident, and they're just trying to cover up the fact that it was an accident because they don't think that anybody is going to believe them. And something tells me that they knew that this was coming before it even actually happened, because when they checked the Snapchat, the mom, Javon's mom, said that on the Snapchat, it said there was a whole lot of people there for wherever the phone location was showing. Which I don't know why it comes to mind that they were sitting there having a conversation like, man, no one says anything. No one says anything. Don't tell nobody anything. Whatever we talk about stays here. No one says anything. I don't know why I feel like that could have taken place. I'm not saying it did, but there is that possibility. And after everybody parties, there's like always an after party, or people get together, and they want to do a little bit more partying. So I can't call it, guys. I'm just giving these thoughts to throw them out there. But I'm not specifically saying this is what it is, but you never know. Someone's seen something, and that money will make them move, says AJ. I don't know. I really can't even necessarily say that because of the fact that Nolan stayed behind, and I don't know how. First of all, I don't know why they left at 5 and why they didn't stay into the night. For some reason, they didn't want to be there in the dark, I'm assuming. I don't know. Also, I also would like to know, when people go out to Horn Island, do they leave normally before it gets dark? Is there a large crowd out there during the nighttime, or is that the time of the night that it really gets slow? That's what I would really want to know. But you would think that, you want to watch like firecrackers and stuff like that too from the island, rather than maybe they just wanted to go back home and shoot some fireworks up. I don't know, but I would assume there would be a lot of people out there at night shooting off fireworks. Now, I don't know if that's legal or not. That'd probably be something good to research to see if it's legal to shoot off fireworks on Horn Island. But what I do know is Horn Island is open 24 hours, and there's no limit or time that you have to leave, when you go to that island. But I do think it's possible, yes, Tarek, that it was an accident. I think that's very possible. yeah, they're very close to $1 million right now for sure. I think they actually raised it up another $100,000, guys. They went up another 100,000. So originally it started at 750,000. They went up 850,000, and now it is currently up $100,000 more. So they are trying to make $1 million on the GoFundMe. They went up another 100,000. And I've been trying to actively check it. So this was either as of today or as of yesterday. It has went up 100,000, and I'll show you guys here online. But they're getting close to $1 million. And hey, raise what you can. Raise what you can. You know, but it looks like that's where it's at right now, which is insane. Let's see if I can show you guys here where it shows. So right now it looks like they've currently raised 848,000. When you go to, it'll say it before you even click on it, which is insane. So it says they're at 90% raised of $950,000. Right there in that corner up there on the top here. Here, let's minimize this here so we can get this on the entire screen here. Yeah, 950,000 is where it stands right now. So they have went up, which is insane. I mean, I don't really think that they need all this, but who am I? You know, it doesn't really matter. What it's for, I don't know. And we can read it. I think theirs is fairly short compared to Warren's. Theirs is very long. It says, in love and memory of Nolan Xavier Wells, our hearts are broken beyond words. Nolan Xavier Wells was a beloved son, grandson, brother, friend, and teammate whose life touched so many people. His smile, his kind heart, and love for others left a lasting impact on everyone who knew him. After an extensive search involving countless volunteers from the United Cajun Navy. So it does say that they're involved here. When you do research online, it says that they declined them getting involved. So interesting. First responders, local law enforcement, the United States Coast Guards, and organizations from across the region, our worst fears became reality. While no words can ease the pain of unimaginable loss, we are deeply grateful for every person who searched, prayed, shared his story, and stood beside our family during these difficult days. As we begin the painful journey of laying Nolan to rest, we are asking for help to ease the financial burden placed on our family. Wow. So it's not really about raising money for a lawyer. Seems like so far it's about a financial burden, which is, hey, that's fine. Funds raised will be used for funeral and memorial memory, which is already paid for. We will also use these funds to investigate what happened to Nolan and how he died, to pursue legal and just consequences for Nolan's death, and to fight for transparency and justice in our pursuit of truth. Any remaining funds will help us cover expenses while we take time away from work to grieve and navigate this pain loss, as well as treat and manage the mental and emotional anguish associated with Nolan's disappearance, his death, and all unanswered questions surrounding his death. If you're unable to donate, we ask that you continue to pray for our family and share this fundraiser. Your kindness, compassion, and support mean more words can express. All money raised goes directly to the family. Thank you for standing with us, for loving Nolan, and for helping us honor a life that ended far too soon. Forever loved, forever remembered, never forgotten. Well, but again, I'm not attesting to any issue on my end. Raise as much money as you can. They are out of work, so they are going to need money to maintain out of work, although there are other funds that they are receiving besides this. We're not stupid. But, you know, like I said, raise money, raise as much as you can. Again, that's not going to bring back Nolan. It's not going to make up for Nolan. There's not a certain amount that someone could receive for their loss. So I can't knock them or take that away from them. However, I am questioning whether or not they know, whether or not this was a drowning or a homicide. And I just hope that they're not pushing it, trying to pin somebody to it, knowing that it's a drowning, and just not accepting the fact. But I'm just, I don't know. I don't know how to feel about it when it comes to, knowing whether or not what may have happened. I have to be, I have to look at it at all angles. I can't just, pick a side or say, I'm sure this happened, because I'm not sure what happened. But it is what it is, man. It is what it is. I think in time we'll figure out what happened to Nolan, and it'll all come to light. Perhaps, we'll be able to find out, exactly when they knew, exactly what the situation was. And I don't know. I just hope and pray for the best outcome. I hope we don't lose any more than what we've lost, which is Nolan. And I hope the boys aren't held responsible. Although we don't know. We just don't know, guys. And I know it seems like some of the people in the world, well, it seems like a majority of the people in the world want to see these boys be responsible for this. I just hate the fact that people aren't patient and they simply can't wait for the outcome. Insane. What a sad situation, though, either way you slice it. So there's one other GoFundMe. However, I don't know what it's under or whether or not it's a link. I'll see if we can check that one out just real quick here while we're looking at these. Yeah, who am I to judge? I can't really say, hey, well, they got too much money, I don't know. But anyways, so here's the boys. They haven't upped theirs at all. They're still at 200,000. And this one is raised by Benjamin Hudson, which is Warren's father. So he's raising money at the same time. He's also giving away $50,000 to whoever knows anything or whoever may be responsible for this that has the answer to that. And I'm assuming that if the boys were responsible, then they just wouldn't tell him that. But something also tells me that he knows that no one's going to come forward. So, hey, why not offer $50,000 if nobody's going to come forward because and you're confident that these boys are innocent. You're just throwing $50,000 out there to just say, hey, well, I will if anybody can prove that somebody's responsible for this, even though I know no one is not. I'll throw it out there. And I think it's also meant to I think he threw that out there too and offered that amount of money too is because he wanted to make a statement. He wanted to make a point, not just simply wanting to help out. I think he also is making a point here by doing so. Wow. People blessing people. There's a lot of good people out there in the world, that's for sure. A lot of good folks out there, folks. Good night, Dr. Edward. Thanks so much for stopping by and chiming in here. Much love, Dr. Edward there. Justice for Nolan Wells. That's all we want. I don't care about the money. I don't care about, any of that stuff. We just want to get to the truth. That's all we want. The truth. That's it. Russell, how you doing? Big welcomes to Russell here in the chat. Keeping It Real says money goes up for the lawyer. Yeah, for the boys, they're stating that they're doing this for their lawyer fees, but their thing is very long, so there might be a little bit more to their situation, and it's not necessarily. It doesn't really state that it's necessarily to represent them. It's more so for defamation. So they're trying to sue Al Sharpton and Benjamin Crump and the usual suspects of social media personalities, national news events, and local so they're saying that those particular two people are pushing a false narrative and lies with no accountability. So that seems like what their money is being raised for, more so than them being represented in court. They might be asking for donations on a separate note to do that, or maybe they're going to use all of these funds to tackle both. Sharon, good night. I appreciate you chiming in. Much love. Sharon says, good night. I pray none of these kids end up in these situations, because when the judges come out, things get really nasty. Attorney, advocates, assistants, paralegals, etc., staff, bodyguards, etc. Yeah, I agree. I mean, it sucks to know that they can't even go out anywhere, and all that does cost money. You're right. Indeed. We're all praying for answers. That's all we want. And just like the mother says, they just want the truth. That's what we want. Insane. Let's open up these phone lines real quick, guys. Let's open up these phone lines for a bit here.
That were there.
I want to hear what the folks got to think. I want to see if anybody's wanting to chime in on any calls here. Bear with me a second here. By the way, at the beginning of this thing, the district attorney spoke out. I don't know if anybody's buying her thoughts. However, she did speak out in the beginning of this case.
Very beginning.
I know in the very beginning,
we were saying
they definitely weren't buying her thoughts at all. And I'm pretty sure it might be still the same thing that applies. There was a girl that drove around near Horn Island and was showing all the cameras that were around the area. They're not on Horn Island though, but there were cameras like surrounding the area. Perhaps they were able to get the boys, going in and out, or in particular areas that they may have went, they could have been captured. But I think that I would assume that they looked into all that. But some people assume that they were just trying to, throw this under the rug, which, I don't know about that. Because I don't really know much about the, how Mississippi law enforcement handles things, but it seemed like that's what they were pretty much saying. And I think that's why the parents were implementing the fact that they just wanted to be taken care of like anybody else would be taken care of when it comes to the way that law enforcement handles things.
TMZ is reporting that the boys that were with Nolan Wells on the day he went missing have launched their own investigation to try to figure out what happened to Nolan, and in doing so, returned to Horn Island. And I want to talk about this. According to this TMZ report, the boys have initiated their own investigation, and in doing so have returned to Horn Island, where they were overcome with emotion. Now, I want to be clear here. I don't know what these boys did. I've said that very consistently. I don't know what their level of involvement was or was not. But I can say some of their behavior has been peculiar, and this new investigation is the most recent example of odd behavior. You would have thought that they would have gone looking for their friend immediately while he was like reported missing. If I were with some of my best friends, they refer to him as best friend and brother. And if I were with some of my best friends and brothers, and overnight I find out that he didn't come back, this was before the body washed up, this was before that they were aware there was a body. If I found out that Nolan hasn't come home, I would have called the girl he was reportedly with. I would have jumped on my boat and head back to the island and scoured the island. Nothing would have been able to stop me from trying to find my friend, and they did none of that. And now, a month later, they're now going back to do an investigation where they were apparently overcome with emotion when they returned to Horn Island. It just begs the question, why did it take over a month for you to start exhibiting signs of emotion and for you to start doing this investigation? It makes you wonder, was all of this coached by an attorney, and is it performative rather than authentic? Now, those are the questions I would have after hearing about these things. I wonder what you guys think about it.
Oh my God. Anyway, I wanted to open up these phone lines real quick, guys. I'm sorry I had muted. I didn't realize it. So something tells me that it's almost like they're saying that they're innocent. Like, it kind of proves that they're innocent due to the fact that they're suing for defamation of character. And I don't think you can sue until the case is actually completed. So I don't think that they would be successful suing while this case is still pending. But something tells me that this might just end as the fact that he drowned. So I don't know if he's going to be able, I don't know if, these boys it's going to be ruled that these boys are guilty. So, I mean, I don't know, guys. I don't know. But I mean, the fact that they're suing kind of says something. It speaks volumes in a sense. So we'll see. But I mean, why would you sue if you're responsible for what happened, or somebody that's responsible for what happened? And a lot of times when somebody was responsible, or not even if somebody, but if you were present during the time that someone had died or was killed, not died, you are accessory to murder. So if that's the case, then they will not be able to sue, because then I would believe it would turn out that whatever that they're being taunted about is true. But I'm going to keep sitting back and observing, and I'm not going to point the finger. And I just don't have enough evidence in front of me to wrap my finger around what really happened to say somebody's responsible for this or that. So we'll see. We will see. Phone number's up, though. Call and chime in if you want to. I'm going to try to address something really quick here. Someone is saying that they are blocked. So I want to make sure they're not. Somebody had emailed me or sent me a message, so I just want to make sure that I can check to see. And if they are, I'll
Not if it's earthworm.
unblock you. No, it's not that person. If I could even find it, I don't even know where to look anymore. Is it user guidelines, standard? Oh, there it is. I don't think this person is blocked though. They said they weren't showing up in the chat because nobody was responding. Nah, I don't think that person's blocked at all. Chaos? Huh? I don't see any chaos in my hidden user section, so you're good if you're not showing up in chat. Maybe I didn't see you because I haven't been reading every single chat, but I don't see that that person is blocked, so figured I'd check. But I don't see anything, so you're good. Gertrude and Flicker must be sleeping? Maybe so. Maybe so. Kelly is a racist and tries to instigate. She's a Zionist and propaganda. Why do I keep hearing people say that in the chat? Or seeing people say that, excuse me. Bad news, welcome, by the way. I don't know if I wouldn't say that at all. But I haven't really been seeing a whole lot of comments, so thank y'all for letting me know I was muted, man. I keep doing that. I seem to have an issue with that tonight, right? I can't find the specific girl who was. Well, first of all, there's one girl that's really good that she's pointing out certain things. I'll see if I could pull this video up and then we'll zoom in on it because it's so hard to see because it's so small. I mean, it's not hard to see, but I would love to find the actual creator. But I cannot remember her name. So, with that being said, what I'll do is we'll just zoom in. Now I don't know that this is reliable information or it's true, but it has to be somewhat true because the person that's showing places surrounding Mississippi or places in Mississippi which supposedly surrounds the Horn Island, this is a girl who's been really she's been getting to the bottom of some things, I can't lie. And it's the girl that this black girl is showing, not the girl that's talking about it, but the girl that is talking on the TikTok that I'm about to show you guys here. She's showing the cameras surrounding the area of, I believe, Ocean Springs or Horn Island. Let's check it out real quick here.
To know where everything is, okay?
Girl's house that I will call Ava D. Right here in the yellow is where the party was at. You could almost perfectly plot out every dock that they stopped at on this little trip of theirs before they went to the boat dock.
Okay, there's Horn Island right there.
Okay, this is boots on the ground journalism. This is Bree, Jess Bree. She did God's work and went right into the heart of Ocean Springs, the town that sticks together, the town that doesn't let anybody mess with it. And the information she found, she said, let's go through Nolan Wells and the boys' alleged last moments on July 4th. Horn Island, Fort Bayou, and Lover's Lane. Pay attention to what she's saying, all right? Let's go. This is Horn Island.
Looks like there's a sailboat out there, maybe?
Okay.
It's up there in the water. That's the island. That is how long it is. It is pretty long, guys. Yeah. That's the west end, or that's the east end. That's the west end, or that's the east end.
And this line.
Oh. And then over here is going to be the west end, and this is the washing machine that they're talking about.
Hold
Why
on.
they call it a washing
Water
machine?
is pretty choppy today.
See, that was too
But that
fast.
is
Like
the-
I don't see what she's talking about when they say the washing machine. I don't. I mean, that was way too fast for us to even see what the heck a washing machine is. Like, really?
Last moments on July. Attention to what she's saying. All right, let's go. This is Horn Island.
Looks like there's a sailboat out there, maybe.
Okay.
It's okay in the water.
That's the island. That is how long it is. It is pretty long, guys. That's the west end, or that's the east end. That's the west end, or that's the east end.
And this light.
Oh.
And then over here is going to be the west end, and this is the washing machine that they're talking about.
Why they call it a washing
Water
machine?
is pretty choppy today, but that is the island. There's some houses right there. The next place I'm going to take you to is over by.
So that's the island, and there are some houses, right? There are some houses that are super, super close to the island. However, all these houses that she's about to show you are multi-million state-of-the-art houses with state-of-the-art surveillance systems. But it doesn't stop there. Hold on.
Okay, multi-million-dollar houses down there. I should go down there. I should check things out. Multi-million-dollar houses. They $1 million houses because they right there on the water. When you walk in their backyard or side yard, they right there at the water, so they got a boat.
Hold on, y'all.
Lover's
Here we go.
Lane, so you guys can see how much housing and stores are over there that have possible footage. But yeah, let's get to the end of this pier. Wait a minute, you guys, there's fucking cameras
Never
on
camera.
the fucking pavilion.
Not just this pavilion, but many people say on every pavilion there are cameras
Yep.
for public safety concerns, but also for security concerns. Let's not forget the people that own these multi-million-dollar houses. They are the high society of Ocean Springs. Ocean Springs is not a place without crime. Either stealing boats, stealing things. I'm not saying it happens a lot, but you know how rich people are about their property. Well, I guess anybody about their property. If you come in through the docks, right? You can have boats and break into houses. You can steal, but you can also steal boats. You can steal equipment. Again, it is heavily monitored. Not even to mention the flock cameras, but let's keep going.
And they can't even say they don't work because there's a fucking solar panel. Now, I know you see me watching you.
Now, sorry to pause. I just want to point out what she said. Nobody can say those cameras do not work. Oh, it was a malfunction. Oh, electricity. Because there are solar panels next to each surveillance camera that is angled to see every person walking up to the dock and also leaving the dock. This is not just this dock. This is reportedly every dock. But let's keep going.
And I know you see me watching me. There's literally cameras everywhere out here, y'all. Every fucking where. Okay, so I have now made it to Old Fort Bayou Pier where they pulled in.
Let's not forget, again, Old Fort Bayou Pier, where they pulled in.
To a stop. This is an oyster house right here, and then next to it is a fireworks stand. Now, I don't see any cameras here, but let me get in my car and I'll show you where there is a camera because I'm too fat to walk. For reference. What's that? Oh, what's that?
Old Fort Bayou boat ramp area. If they stopped in Old Fort Bayou, this is one of the areas they would have had to stop at. There is a camera aimed directly there.
This camera, guys, with a light. What is this, guys? Fort Bayou. For real. Okay, we are now over here. So that is how far the oyster house is. I want to show you guys something. Look at that fancy house over there. Y'all see the cameras? I see the lights. I wonder if there's a camera over there. I'll have to go on the other side of that bridge and see what's going on. Now, where the ramp is, there is a drawbridge up there because this is a short bridge, so I'm sure there's cameras up there. They have to have cameras. I'm sure it's a state law.
Cameras, they would have had to go under the bridge.
Wow.
She is sure, and I think so too, in any public thing, they would have cameras. Why? Because it is a drawbridge. The drawbridge is drawn up. You would actually need the cameras just in case there was some type of accident or for safety purposes.
Wow. I forgot all about cameras all over the place. In today's world, cameras should be all over the place.
That man walking his dog.
This is where they would have come in. You guys, these are multi-million dollar houses.
Maybe them.
Wow.
Again, you would have security cameras aimed toward the water. A lot of people could pull up and do God knows what to the people inside. All right? You would usually, for a price, to have cameras.
Definitely. Look at these houses.
Look at this.
All right, let's go look at some more. We're gonna walk on this side of the dock so you guys can get a better understanding of what we're looking at over here. Okay, we are on the other side of the dock, and I want you guys to take a look at this. That's a catfish house. They are definite to have cameras in there. Look at these houses. Can you tell me these houses are anything on there? Next stop to Lover's Lane. Which one on PT Lover's Lane is?
The next stop is where they went to on Lover's Lane. Remember in the beginning when Pink Panther outlined where they said they dropped? This woman has gone to every place. And what do we see? Camera after camera after camera. Let's keep going.
That, my friends, is Lover's Lane. And you're gonna tell me that I ain't questioned. None of them houses. By the way, that's a restaurant. That's a restaurant. So they have even better view.
We see houses, we see restaurants, they all have security cameras, and it is a great view.
But they haven't questioned any of these motherfuckers who own these houses. Look at that.
That's crazy.
Registered for the state of Mississippi. You know they have cameras. I'm just saying. Oh look, my friends found the cameras. Ain't that something?
We
Look at
see
them
cameras on the drawbridge. We see cameras everywhere.
All right, we're gonna get back on Lover's Lane. I just had to explore the little neighborhood they had to the side there.
That's a lot of cameras that they would have had to check.
One of them home people live. I'm not sure if it was a male or female.
This is crazy,
One
man.
of their shops was here on Lover's Lane. You're gonna tell me.
You got cameras all over the place. So you mean to tell me all these cameras and all them people, nobody's seen anything? Don't that sound suspicious? Shoot, I can't even do nothing in my neighborhood without somebody saying, yeah, man, we saw you park your car crooked.
All right, let me touch this.
Look at this.
Y'all gotta be kidding me.
There was a house over there that had the gate completely padded up. You couldn't see through it, so I can only assume it might have been the house. But yes, look at this. Can we go there? No, baby. Water
Dang.
on every side with all these stunning houses. I just have to show you. Okay, now we are at the end of Lover's Lane. We're gonna go back up this
I want to drive down there.
Over this direction. Zoomed out as much as I could. You get the idea. Look at that house.
I would love to drive down there.
Stunning.
Right? And the biggest house had the most private gate. You'll see all these wrought iron gates, all just open, and the people are chill and they don't care. Wait till you see this next one. It's quite interesting. And I bet you $1 million that these houses have cameras.
Right, and this is what I was saying. That's what I was saying before I had played the video. Is these cameras surround the area, so I think that they're saying that in hopes of seeing somebody going in and out at a specific time, it may change things a bit. Perhaps maybe they saw Nolan leaving with them on the boat surrounding, because some of these homes are on the way out from Horn Island, or I don't know. I don't know which direction specifically they would go heading back to that main dock. But there are a lot of cameras surrounding the area. So I don't know whether or not for sure it would have been necessary to check all of these outside cameras. I would assume not, but it is good to know.
I'm not going to stop to look at everyone, but...
Wow.
Let me put y'all up here.
And they are right on the water.
It's coming out.
Here it comes. Hold on.
You cannot see anything to this house.
This is one of the houses on the water.
Gate is concealed.
Y'all ready for today?
Concealed everything. You guys, this is a huge break in the Nolan Wells case. Even if the police did not subpoena this video footage, it has been less than a month. Ben Crump has sent out subpoena and preservation notices. This includes security. The fact that they're sitting here wondering what could have happened on Nolan, what boats were involved, how many people are on the boats, when those kids pulled.
Right. Thanks for telling me her name, guys, because I was trying to figure out who this was, but I was really mainly trying to find the girl that went out to the actual island, because she's the one who's been digging up a lot of dirt out there, and I can't recall what her name is.
Pulled up to the pier. When they pulled up to the pier, each pier, whether they were going because, we're checking the boat, or whether they were dropping people off, or whether they were just floating by, there should be surveillance. There should be the surveillance of them going under the bridge. There should be, and again, this was in the afternoon. There should be surveillance of them going under the bridge. There should be surveillance of them going back. There should be surveillance of them on Lover's Lane. There should be surveillance on Fort Bayou, from restaurants, homes, private homes, public security cameras, on top of flock cameras. Let's not act like rich neighborhoods do not have flock cameras to catch thieves. They have $1 million boats, $100,000 cars. Yes, those trucks, Ford F-150s and stuff, actually do go up to $150,000, right? hundreds of thousands, or at least tens of thousands in cars, equipments, and God knows what else is in that house. Again, this changes everything. It has to be security footage. Now, the interesting thing is, will they get security footage? Again, will people cooperate? Now, with security footage, I think they keep it for somewhere between 30 and 90 days. I think it would be interesting if we see interest to the deceased.
Were plugged into Google Earth and they developed a PowerPoint slide that we saw that were plotted for us, remember?
Accidental drowning, and now they're doing their best to protect their family and friends from any criticism.
That's
Why
what
would
they
they do
doing.
that? Well, listen to this little outline. Hold on, y'all.
Is NOLAN WELLS info drop? So first off, we remember these GPS coordinates that were plotted for us, remember? Those GPS coordinates were taken from Wyatt's boat and they were plugged into Google Earth and they developed a PowerPoint slide that we saw there that mapped out all of the points. So I decided to overlay those Google points on top of the points of the research that I'd already been doing. I discovered some interesting stuff because if they were just overlaying it on Google Earth, it should have been easy as cake, right? Well, I cannot tell you how many hours I spent trying to perfectly overlay this. Like, look at the islands in the middle here. I get them lined up and then other things won't match up. Like you'll notice, like I said, these islands, look, they aren't moving, but everything else around it isn't working. So right away, my instincts are telling me that somebody manipulated this image to cover something up. Of course.
Now, why they would, we'll see, but let's continue.
Of course, that is alleged. I can't prove that, but, it's supposed to just overlay. So honestly, I just did the best I could, and I mostly just focused on the top half, trying to get the marina and the grandparents' house they went to all line.
Now, we saw just from Bree that she went along the path, obviously on the road, not water, and there are cameras every single where along the path that they passed under. You see the bridge down there, and also that they passed under, but also the docks that they pass. There are cameras. And I'm willing to bet, because those boats were not yachts that had under deck, everybody that they said we should be able to see from the time they left Horn Island, how many people were actually on the boat.
So now we can really follow which way this boat was driving and the kind of stops it seemed to be making. And if you'll notice here, it goes right next to that marina that I was telling you guys about.
The marina have cameras. We saw them.
With the Marty McGrath, which is who, according to Katie, that she got a ride from. So they passed the marina, and as you can see, it juts out almost like it was pulling up to this dock. And then there's these two houses here, especially this house, where it seems like the boat pulled into the docks there. Then it went all the way down here. There's a little lock area here, so you have to go through here. And it went to the bridge. And
the bridge has cameras going and coming for public safety reasons.
I was like, why did they go all the way to the bridge to turn around? But it turns out right here is a big old fishing pier. Then right next to that is the Ocean Springs Yacht Club.
The yacht club is covered in cameras.
And a lot of these families are connected to the yacht club. Before I go on, I want to play a portion of this audio that's supposedly like a voicemail that has been going around. It has been authenticated, but it has important information because...
Okay, so you guys, as you listen to this, please remember and keep in mind this has not been authenticated. But like she said, it does have information. Please do not take it for the truth of the matter asserted. We are looking more at the tone and I believe the emotional aspect of
very, very interesting to maybe to consider just thinking about all these places with all these different cameras. I mean, nonetheless, too, I mean, the fact that I've always questioned a certain, because they went to Ocean Springs, I think, no, Fort Bayou. They went there more than once. So I've always been skeptical of why they went there more than once. What was their reasoning of going to that specific place more than one time? I don't know. I have no idea. Couldn't tell you, but it was always questionable for me. What were they doing exactly? Where were they going? I do know we can all consider the fact that they were trying to get water out of the boat so they could just temporarily keep going for the remainder time that they were going to spend out there. But I just don't, I don't know. She has a sense of humor too. Maybe we can put a voice changer on her. I'm just kidding. Yeah, I have to agree. I don't like her voice either. But it's to each their own. There's so much evidence at Fort Bayou. Yeah, I think so too. And then when you look at the timeline, I mean, they went there more than once. Like, what were they doing? What were they doing on Fort Bayou? Like, why did they go there more than once? Now, I don't know if I have the correct timeline here, but I did put up the timeline just to kind of give me an idea of all the specific spots that the boat moved in. I don't know where she got her timeline. I would love to be able to get the exact GPS route so we could see for ourselves and kind of analyze it and just, give our own, I could give my own thoughts based on what I think. But it does say that, they went to Fort Bayou, I think, twice. And I don't think I have the timeline handy here, but I do have, my own little GPS that I've been showing. However, on here it doesn't show Fort Bayou twice. I don't know why it doesn't. So my GPS map is like a little bit confusing. So I don't know. I can't call it, folks, but I know that in time this is all gonna come to light. So the boat, obviously, so they left at 9:56. We know that, that's when they departed to Horn Island. 8:14 a.m. the boat had arrived at Horn Island. And then there was that newly surfaced video that the boat resembled the group's vessel, which they called Mac Daddy, I guess, near Horn Island at 11:17. And at 2:23, the metadata from the previously released photo shows that the same boat later that afternoon at 2:23, so 3 p.m., Wells is last seen alive by friends on the island. And friends report that the boat had mechanical issues, was taken on water. Wells allegedly says he'll get a ride back. At 4:31 p.m., boat departs from Horn Island without Wells, and the vessel arrives back on the mainland at 5:54 or 5:44. So it doesn't say that it went to Fort Bayou more than once anymore. But the timeline has changed like 5 times. You have to understand that, which is very confusing. But 11 p.m. is when the friends contacted the Wells family saying he was missing. And then at 12:22 a.m., the Wells mother officially reports him missing. So it took her about an hour and 22 minutes for her to report him missing at that point. And I'm assuming she spent that hour and 22 minutes from the time that the friends notified her to just try to get to the bottom of things and figure things out, I'm assuming. But people are going to criticize her, I'm sure, and say she took too long to report him missing. She should have reported him missing sooner. Blah, 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 blah. But again, the timelines have changed at least, I don't know, from what I saw a while back, the timeline had changed about 5 times. Yeah, so the Nolan Wells timeline has changed at least 5 times. It says the timeline's changed at least 5 distinct times. So based on the contradictions and the corrections documented across news reports and the Occasion Navy analytical timeline, these changes involve dates, times, locations, witness accounts, and narrative details. So yeah, it has changed so many different times. That's insane. That is so unprofessional. And they shouldn't even release the timeline until they have a legitimate timeline. That's just unacceptable. Insane. Vodka says, I can't sleep. This case is torture to me. Hey, much love, Multi60 says, great channel. I followed it for years. Now the yacht report. Yeah, she seems like she's great. She's awesome, I think. Crazy. Yeah, what a case. Yeah, chaos. I don't see you. And sorry, Michelle, good seeing you. She says evening juice and the juice boxes in chat. What's up, Michelle? Appreciate you chiming in. Yeah, man, this is a case, guys.
The call.
This is a case. I just cannot. I'm patient though. I just at the same time, I can't wait. Until
This could have.
I just can't wait to see what the results end up being. Because it's really getting real interesting as days go by. And every day, this case brings something. So it's always something every single day.
Been an accident. It likely was an accident. I did not expect the second autopsy to be able to determine that. Why? If for no other reason, as you're about to learn, when you get a body second, you get much less than the first person did. And we now know that. Why didn't the autopsy allow the second forensicist who looked at it, Dr. Wells in Washington, D.C., for the family? Why was he not able to tell if there was water in the lungs? This could have been an accident. It likely was.
Yeah, good question from Chris. I mean, why wasn't he able to tell that there was any water in the lungs? That's just crazy. I mean, I figured that that would be something that they could determine right away. Why wouldn't they be able to just figure that out like almost instantly? I mean, I get the other part of it due to the fact of them being able to check, the throat part of things, because obviously they have to like remove it internally, so it's not going to be something they could see physically outside of the body. But I don't know. It's very questionable as to why they weren't able to determine certain things early on. Also, I feel like them rushing the process could maybe even hurt them a bit too, because they rushed into things, and demanded, pretty much it sounds like they demanded the independent autopsy, and they weren't willing to wait because they felt like they were being mistreated, or the case wasn't being handled like it would be for any other person. And that's kind of a way where you could kind of understand it, or it's kind of telling that the mom kind of inserted the race aspect of things too, because she really pretty much stated that they weren't being treated fairly because of their color. And she did come out and make a statement saying that they just want this to be handled, just like they would handle any other case, instead of her literally saying like white people, the way a white person would be, would have been handled for a white person. She didn't say that, but we knew what she was saying. So I mean, it's not just Crump, it's not just Sharp who's, inserting the race aspect of it. It's also the mom, and I'm just being honest. It's not, it can't, what else is it? If she's not saying that it's race, as far as them just wanting the truth and not being treated fairly, what other reason would it be? I don't think that they would be just getting rid of a case to get rid of a case. It would definitely have to have something to do with race, I'm assuming. So, and I could be wrong, I guess, but I got that impression, at least, when I saw that statement that she released. So it's tough. Troy, it's Mississippi. Yeah, I know, and I've read on the history of Mississippi, so I guess that's what she would expect, being that the city holds, that type of history. So it's sad, but it's also, what's also sad is it affects the way you think about how things are going to be handled. And it's almost like a panic situation, because you don't know, if you don't say anything right away for certain things, whether or not it would be too late to put your foot down. So I think putting the foot down right away, I guess, could be very important early on. So I guess I can't knock it. At the same time, it's more at stake than I understand, that's for sure. Crazy story. I think hurt has been passed down through generations. Yeah. But also, when are we going to continue to stop letting that live on and live through that, or make our children live through that? That's the thing for me. Like, how do we stop this from continuing on? Does that stop because we do something about it, or does that stop because you know, I don't know, the fact that we just simply wait, I guess, until they, you know, it stops happening. I don't know. I don't know how that would be effective, I guess. I don't know. But I did look up the statistics, you know, as of yesterday when it comes to crime statistically. So, you know, I do know that how can I put it in words here? For certain situations, like when a black person is pulled over, so I guess to sum it up, a black person is more likely to get pulled over rather than a white person. So they say that it happens 10 out of 10, 4 out of 10 when it's a white person, I guess, if that makes sense. And then for the crime portion of it, it's also 4 out of 10. So a black person is likely to get charged with the same crime that a white person is charged with 10 out of 10 versus a white would be 4 out of 10. So, I mean, that might not be the exact statistic from what I can remember, but that's pretty much it. Just to sum up what I'm saying. But I mean, that's true. And I think it's just, I don't know what we could do about that to just put a stop to us having that mindset of, you know, setting the expectation that this is how we're going to be treated. But again, I think there could have been a little bit of patience there just to see how things were going to play out. But I think that they pushed for a lot of things early on, and that's what provoked the narrative to be what it was from the get-go, and it sucks, but that's what happened.
Against that property,
Fortunately.
or they even sell it.
Unfortunate. What's her name got on the oh my god, I love this name. This lady, Cheryl McCollum, was on the Nancy Grace show today. And you know, Nancy Grace, she always takes the person's side that's going through whatever's going on. And I get it, but I think she could be a little bit more like biased to certain situations, which she pretty much is too. But there's certain things on her show that she just won't accept, which is understandable, but you still got to kind of look at all angles. So it's kind of, sometimes it's frustrating to watch Nancy Grace because she doesn't really let people voice their opinion. She puts them in timeout. You know, she makes them think about it. I love her though. Gotta love Nancy Grace. Lobo Blanco says, in the 90s, I had a friend come pick me up in the Lincoln, Cali. Pick me up in the Lincoln, Cali, and he never came later. I get a call from jail saying they pulled him over as soon as he got there. I asked why, and they said DWB. Wow, driving while black. Yeah, it's true. It's still happening. Unfortunate. Nancy releases something. I gotta go watch that. Are you talking about? I mean, all I've heard with the Nancy Grace. Are you talking about Nancy Grace? I was thinking of Nancy Guthrie. Yeah, Nancy just came out. We'll check in on a little bit of it.
Swans don't swim in a sewer, solving the cold case of the
Cheryl
Flint
McCollum.
River killer's daughter, and
we'll
more.
end
But for
it there,
my
guys.
purposes tonight, she's a forensics expert. Greg Morse, before I even get to the merits of this, where I meant to go with this is everyone has been focusing on the young men that were on the boat that took him to Horn Island. Then we get this audio that we're trying to corroborate, where seemingly in the background you hear them talking about trying to revive Nolan Wells on the boat. Is that even real? We don't know yet. Or has it been doctored? trying to find out. I've got experts telling me, renowned experts, by the way, it's real, and renowned experts saying it's not real. It's just like a trial, right? Where it's expert v. expert, who's telling the truth.
Sure.
I wanted to talk about this mystery altercation. If it happened at 5 p.m., that boat was already gone. Now, as much as some people want to hang the young guys on the boat, I want to make sure we hang the right person. If there is a mystery altercation after that boat lift, we need to be investigating that altercation.
Well, you're 100% right, because the three young men that are, at least the people are saying are involved in this, that went there with Nolan Wells, there's a specific timeline from what I read. They needed assistance on their boat. They left at 4:30. They had called
gave me
CTO.
a chill down my spine. You
So
can't
if there
introduce
is-
something because people say, I don't care what people say on either side.
No.
They mean nothing to me. What?
Nancy, that's the problem when we have things like podcasts today and people who are not qualified to talk about serious things like this. They're not experts. They want to get likes. Law enforcement is going to keep information
He
close to the
said
best.
he saw the DMs. I don't have
Okay,
a
so what does that
reason
mean?
to think
that's
he
not
didn't
legitimate.
see the DMs. Now, many people are arguing that he has taken a side. We have not taken a side.
Argue with her. Don't let Nancy bully you. Argue with her.
I'm on the side of finding out why everybody got back to the mainland except Nolan Wells.
Well,
and
listen,
nobody
these
saw
are
anything.
teenagers.
Nobody knows anything. It's just like Tupac Shakur got shot on the strip
Nancy,
at Vegas,
these are-
and we still don't know what happened. Nobody saw a thing. That's BS.
These are
What?
young men hanging out. It's not unusual one may stay behind to hang out with other people. None of that is unusual for teenagers partying and having a good time. So that fact alone doesn't
Morse.
mean anything. What?
Where's your cell phone? Where is your cell phone? And try not to lie. Where's your cell phone?
Okay. Right here.
Oh, really? Because here's mine. So you want to tell me Nolan Wells stayed behind and his cell phone went without him? I understand. Don't everybody start screaming that he didn't want to get it wet. Of course he didn't want to get it wet. But there's ways around that. You can go put it on shore in your shoe like everybody else does to hide it from people and then retrieve it when you go. But no, he let the boat leave with his phone. I agree with his mother on that. That is not Nolan Wells. He was never away from his phone.
So that doesn't mean anything in and of itself with what's coming out about this. You know, you're talking about him staying behind. You're talking about there's evidence that he was there after 4:30 p.m. If he's there after 4:30 p.m., Nolan Wells on that island hanging out with other people, that's it. The fact that a cell phone is on a boat and he's not as a teenager doesn't really mean anything at all.
Okay, you know what? I asked you about a mystery altercation, and should we be looking in that direction right now? And you're like going on and on about the cell phone.
No, but
everybody
that's
that
my
owns
point.
a cell phone, which is everyone, knows you never
Nancy,
leave
that's
without
my
your cell
point.
phone.
You have to look at what really happened. If there was this mystery altercation, then yes, the police need to be investigating that. They need to be looking into that.
Ooh, I like him. He argues with Nancy. I like that. See, I kind of like when you get somebody on the show and they put their foot down. Yeah, because Nancy's kind of one-sided. I'm not going to lie. I mean, she's sticking up for the mom. She's not trying to take any bull crap, and I get it. But at the same time, come on, man. You gotta look at it at all angles. And she should know that. You know, she's got that experience under her belt. You know, Nancy's got that under her belt for sure. Let's continue here for a little bit.
Let's hear Tatum again. And hey, take it for what it's worth. Try to get the truth out of what we're hearing. Okay? Listen.
Nolan and another person that he may have been in an argument with, to me, are people that need to be investigated.
With that, I agree with Tatum. As much as we disagree on practically everything else, if this happened, and forget about the girl, I'm talking about the altercation. Cheryl McCollum, come on. He dies. Nobody sees him. The others get back safely. Now we're hearing about an altercation afterwards. And I'm not ruling out that he was on that boat when they left. But now I'm hearing about an altercation. When you can't tell the truth of what's happening, look at who was angry. Look if there was an altercation. I don't know what happened, but when I hear altercation after the Triton left, I've got to go there.
You got to look at it. You absolutely cannot ignore it. But one thing we already know from the second autopsy, they would have mentioned if he had any type of injury to his knuckles, if he had been in a fight. We didn't hear anything about abrasions or bruising or any type of injury that would be indicative of somebody that is a college football player fighting somebody.
Okay, now I've just told everybody that you're a forensic expert. It's starting to taste like a dirt sandwich. Because, okay, I'm going to let you sit in the corner and think about what you just said. Joe Scott Morgan joining me, professor of forensics, Jacksonville State University, author of Blood Beneath My Feet on Amazon, star of a hit series, Body Bags with Joseph Scott Morgan. He is a death investigator with over 10,000 death scenes under his belt, deaths of all genre. Joe Scott Morgan, let's refresh Cheryl McCollum's recollection. That's what you say in court when obviously the witness is gone off the rails. Your Honor, pause, Your Honor, objection. May I refresh the witness's recollection? In other words, get it together. Don't you remember what we just talked about before you got on the stand and you give them a piece of paper and go, can we see that the drawings on the autopsy control room? Joe Scott, there's a big, thank you. There's a big honking mark, subcutaneous, deep reddening tissue on his occipital. If I hit somebody in the back of the head, it'd be right there. We don't know what that is.
No, we don't. But to Cheryl's point, she's accurate. And here's why. Because
Yeah, and Cheryl says the same thing too. Like, we don't have enough evidence, going forward to say that this was actually a murder, and we don't. And the same thing that Coffin said. There's nothing that proves that there is a murder here. That something happened to Nolan. See what this guy has to say, though.
in forensics, it's not just about positive findings. It's also about negative findings, those things that we are absent. So in that report, as she had mentioned, there was no indication that there was any kind of contusions on the hand, the arm, no kind of defensive event like a parry with a forearm, scuffing of the knuckles, that sort of thing. This forensic pathologist that did the second assessment didn't see any evidence of that. And so that's the first place I'm going to go to, aside from not having the actual primary autopsy report that has not been released yet. But you've got an individual that has, in fact, been retained by the family that's making this assessment. And it's a pretty damn thorough assessment, as a matter of fact, based upon many of them that I've read over the years. You don't see any kind of insults to the arms, the hands, anything like this. The one thing about that thing in the back, this focal area that they're talking about, is, and I come back to this all the time, Nancy, is that his body, Nolan's body, is in such a state of decomposition to this point that he cannot make a definitive assessment on that area. And he did a multi-layered dissection, which, by the way, according to him, had not been done by the state medical examiner's office in Mississippi. He just went about it a different way. And as a matter of fact, if you like that one, I got another one. The examination that this physician in DC did on Nolan's remains ranks right up there with the most thorough, hear me talking, the most thorough dissection that you can possibly do on human remains. It's the same one that we do on bodies that have died, individuals that have died that have been incarcerated, in custody deaths. You know what all that means: in the back of a cruiser, in a holding cell, in a prison. Those autopsies rank right up there with the most thorough that we can go. It's a very deep dive that they did on his body.
Joe Scott, you are stating that due to the level of decomposition in Nolan Wells's body, that you can't really figure out why his occipital bone area had deep reddening, and that was seen nowhere else in the body. That's because of decomposition. Isn't that true?
Well, it's true in the sense that that's what
Didn't
the
you just say
physician
that?
said. I'm repeating what the physician said in his autopsy report. I didn't do the
So
examination.
then that would be a yes. So at that level of decomp that you're claiming could
Nancy, why are you doing this? She always does this where she always backs you into a corner. And she makes it seem like, you're wrong when no one's agreeing with her at all, by the way. And this guy looks like he is angry. And he's always on the show. I mean, they're great friends, obviously. But, I mean, he's not, I mean, they're right. They're right. There's just nothing that proves that this is a murder at all. She just won't buy it, though. There's nothing that can convince her that this is not a murder. And I think that's where this is going, to be honest.
obscure the nature of the deep reddening on his occipital area. But yet, on the other side of your mouth, you are claiming that even with this intense decomposition, you didn't see evidence of any reddening on his knuckles or any indication of a fight. So, you want it two ways. You want to say, decomp, can't tell what that was on the back of his head, but even though he's highly decomposed, I can tell you, he didn't have any reddening on his knuckles. Really?
No.
Because I see a problem with that.
Okay, you've skinned your knee before, right? Okay. If you have an abrasion, that's completely different than a contusion. That means you have scraping and the tearing away of the skin. That's something that's very obvious. And guess what? I've been in enough fist fights in my life that I know what scraping. Right, I know, and you're misstating that because it's not a matter of reddening. When we look at hands, we also look at contact points where people are being abraded as a result of scuffing their hands. That's different than a color discoloration. We're talking about the top layer, the epidermis down to the dermis is being scraped away. He doesn't see any evidence of that in his
I'm not
autopsy
talking
report.
about a scrape. I'm talking about if he had, for instance, reddening from a welt, the beginnings of a bruise. With that level of decomp, you're telling me you could still make that out?
No, those two things cannot exist in the same universe. You have to have an abraded area, and there would be multiple of them on his hands if he is punching or trying to defend himself. And yes, we can make out bruises. Yeah, we can make out bruises.
You
and
don't always have to have
decomposing
scrapes on
body.
your hand when you throw a punch. You don't always have to have cuts on your hand when you throw a punch. That's not true.
Well, that sounds mighty convenient if that's the road you want to go down, because I've seen them many times.
That's what I'm telling you. What you're saying is mighty darn convenient. That the reddening on the back of his head, can't really tell anything because he's so decomposed, but you can see his hands well enough to know he was not in a fist fight.
Oh, man, I can't do
Yeah,
this anymore.
that's convenient, Joe Scott.
he
Look,
was not in
I'm
a
not
fist
trying
fight.
to convict anybody. I'm trying to find the truth. I'm trying to find out if this evidence of an altercation really happened. And to further muddy the waters, now we have more witnesses stating what they saw.
Another report came to me of someone saying that they saw Nolan with a girl, and they believed that they saw Nolan and this girl struggling in the water. Not necessarily drowning, but struggling. Like it was obvious enough that the person was concerned when they saw Nolan in the water, and he was with this girl.
You know, that's from Officer Tatum's show. Cheryl McCollum, it seems to me that that's not true. Because don't you think if a witness saw one or two people, quote, struggling in the water, I mean, I would try to help them.
It makes no sense.
And they
that
did
wouldn't
nothing?
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. That wouldn't be their focal, that they would pay attention to those two people that are struggling to see, is one going under and not resurfacing? What can we do to help? The idea that they would watch that see a struggle, and then what? Turn back and finish barbecuing? That doesn't make any sense to me at all.
Not at all. So this is a problem, Greg Morse. You're a veteran trial lawyer. We're getting so much information, and a lot of it is inconsistent.
Yeah, he's like Nolan's like a awkward. He's a very good kid, but he's like an awkward, type of kid. You could tell he's super nice, but kind of awkward. Yeah, Nancy, she's something else. I don't know if I have the patience for her tonight. I mean, dang. She just won't. No one can convince her, and no one's on her side tonight, that's for sure. Usually she's pretty good at kind of changing the, people's perceptions a little bit. But everybody's real argumentative with her tonight. I haven't seen the aggressiveness in a while like this on her show between her and the people that she's got on the show. She's cracking me up, though, for sure.
And that is why you have cross-examination. So you can test the evidence. Test whether it's true under the fire of cross-exam. When you have conflicting stories like this, my instinct is to go with the one that makes the most sense. What do you make of these claims that Nolan was struggling in the water? I really believe if he had been, quote, struggling in the water, that either she or her friends would have come forward by now. I mean, what about these guys on the boat that had already left? Don't they want to save them? I mean, I'm just trying to find out what happened to Nolan. And if this is true, it may place him on the island after they left.
Well, that's it, and that's what the police are doing. Is they're going to run these leads down, and they're going to try to verify what's credible and what's not before they go to a grand jury. They're going to exclude information that they think is completely uncredible. However, all of this information, if people are arrested at some point in the future and charged with a crime for Nolan Wells' death, then all of these conflicting stories, all of these different timelines, they become a conflict in the evidence. And as you know, Nancy, there's 3 ways a jury can find reasonable doubt if this ever gets there. And one of those ways is in a conflict in the evidence. So the
Juice, do you have to post the boys are bothered from the mother? So we can, did you mean to put assess? Nancy Grace works with Savannah Guthrie also. Yeah, it seems like she really likes Savannah. And that's another thing why she would never state the true fact behind the Guthrie case, because she has so much love and respect for Savannah. But at the end of the day, she's been doing this so long that we need to hear the truth from her. We don't want to hear her beating around the bush all the time. But we're not, make no mistake, none of us are fooled by what she's doing. And the same scenario for this particular situation. She's pretty much sticking up for the mom in this situation because of the loss. But at the same time, I mean, we really need to get to the bottom of this. That's more important right now than, sticking up for the mom. I get it. She's grieving and everything, but come on, Nancy. Come on. We love you, though. What if the blow came from the back and Nolan didn't see it coming, though? Could have been possible. Like somebody said, that he could have been hit by one of the boats, and they're trying to cover this up because they're afraid that they're going to be held responsible in the sense of this being a murder. Like they're going to not believe their story. But I don't know. I feel like there would have been some type of swelling in the back of the head. But again, they said that he was, by then, because of him being underwater, it's so hard to tell, at least observing the body without, going inside the actual body. That would be the only way to determine what really happened rather than just playing it by eye, I guess, in other words. But I don't know. Something just tells me this was actually, a drowning. If you think about what comes with this island, and I would love for somebody to go down. I don't think anybody's even brave enough to go down there with the camera to show us what it's like, show us what the washing machine looks like. And why would you? I mean, you're risking your life if you do that. So, I mean, I wouldn't recommend anybody doing that just to show us what it'd be like going underwater on that northern end of the island. That would be foolish. And I guess we could also, I guess it wouldn't hurt to even do a little research, but I've tried. I don't see, I've never really seen anything of Horn Island that really shows the currents. Just to kind of get an idea of how dangerous these currents are. But I think there's a real big reason why they call it, the washing machine. I mean, I think they've got a little bit of footage from 5 years ago. Not only that though, they got they describe the water as being like subtle sometimes, like it could just appear normal, and then all of a sudden, water can go from 10 to
Headed to the beach this
from what I heard, even 20 feet.
There's something lurking in the waters that you should really be watching out for. And no, it's not sharks. You're most likely to see them during low tide, when waves are at least 2 feet tall, and they can form in any type of weather. The best way to spot them is in wave breaks, where foam, seaweed, or sand are being pulled away from shore. And they're incredibly dangerous. They kill roughly 100 people every year in the US. That's 50 times more than the number of people in the US killed by sharks in 2023. Part of the reason is that these currents are really fast. They can move as quickly as 8 feet per second. Headed to the beach this summer?
There's one here that the news posted about 5 years ago. I really can't find anything to show how this island can go from
and there's not always a ranger
normal to crazy.
Anything else you might need, you have to bring it with you. And of course, take it back when you leave. Horn Island is several miles long, but less than a mile wide at its widest point. And to the north is the Mississippi Sound. The water and the beaches there look about like they do on the Gulf Coast. But to the south is the Gulf of Mexico. And the water and beaches there look more like what you're used to in Florida, sugar white sand and turquoise water. Well, it's like that on a sunny day. Now, when a storm is brewing, the sea turns leaden gray, the waves are angry, and it's a powerful place just to stand and watch. There's a symmetry to a lot of nature on Horn Island, so I can see where Walter Anderson gets the idea for the repeated rhythms and patterns that we see in so much of his work. And the pine trees on Horn really do look like the ones Anderson renders in his watercolors. I thought they were caricatures until I saw the real pines, but that's what they look like.
Oh, I just would love to see how bad those currents get. But we know how currents can get, guys. I mean, if you do research on it, and then there's a drop off, you can see where it's shallow. But if you, from what I've seen too, some of these currents can knock you anywhere from miles. I mean, not just feet, but miles. So it gets ugly. It gets ugly. So, and also not to mention that there's currents in specific areas that are like constant. Like there's a specific area you don't want to be in. And I think that's why people are so afraid of the northern end, because there's always constant currents in that area, no matter what. And that could explain what possibly could have happened to Nolan. He could have been in that area and not even just, maybe he didn't even think about it. Just being drunk, and, these things could take you under in seconds and you're gone. My thing is, when they found his body, they said that he washed up onto shore. So that would mean that he was either thrown into the water, or at some point in time he was out in the water to wash up on shore. I don't see any other way that's possible. And something tells me that, he definitely died on that island or somewhere near it because of the fact that he washed up on shore. But it definitely has something to do with the water, because they were stating that it was difficult to determine some things because of the decomposition in the body itself. It was very difficult to really see things because of him being in the water for so long. The decomp, I believe, is the process of that is sped up, in other words, because you're in water. So that water is just eating away at your body, being under there for 2 days. So I don't know. I'm assuming. I don't know. Don't quote me on it, but that's what it sounds like to me. And it kind of makes logical sense in a sense, but yeah, that's tough. That is tough. And they even say in that water on Horn Island, even the best swimmers cannot get away from currents.
Rip currents typically move 1 to 2 feet per second, with the fastest topping 8 feet per second, and most of them can easily overpower even the best swimmers and carry them away from shore. So even if you're Michael Phelps, don't even think about trying to swim against a rip current. There are, however, 2 potential escape routes that beach safety experts recommend if you're ever caught in one. Because rip currents are often pretty narrow, one option is to swim parallel to shore and out of the current. But if swimming to one side isn't possible, possibly because of exhaustion, another option is just to let the rip current carry you, which sounds terrifying. But rip currents don't run forever out to sea. They tend to fan out as they move away from the beach. So if you can float or tread water long enough, you're likely to meander back into the wave.
Yeah, but the problem is the current is like they describe it as a washing machine. So I'm thinking of a washing machine as spiraling, spinning like a tornado. So that's every direction. If you ask me, if you're going in circles, that's every direction. And imagine that current doing that to you underwater, and then you're being spun like crazy. You're dizzy. So the first thing you're going to do is swim up. And remember, it's dark under there. So, you're going to you could think you're swimming up, but really reality, you're swimming left or right, and you're not even coming up to shore. Due to being dizzy, you could hit your head down there. They say, Warren did explain that it drops off at a certain time from like 17 to 30 feet, which is insane. I don't know, man. It just seems like it's very much so more, well, I wouldn't say more possible, but for sure possible that could have happened to Nolan rather than them killing him. And what would they get out of killing Nolan anyways, besides like a starting position on the team? Like, I don't know what that would have done. If you're good, you're good. If you're not, you're not. A starting position isn't going to get you to the NFL. So I don't really think that mattered. Obviously jealousy can go a long way when it comes to a woman. So, I mean, that is said a lot in this case. So I think a lot of people think that, but I don't even know if I buy that factor of things either. So I don't know, guys. I don't know. Lisa says, I used to do them and have some close calls. Yeah, I'm not a big water fan. And not to sound like racist or anything, or like I know everything, but I know black people don't really do water very much either. So that's crazy. Who cares? Let's talk about Nancy. Well, I know that they were back in the neighborhood just recently. We could talk about that opinion if you want to talk about that. They were back in the neighborhood. Other than that, there's really not much to cover with Nancy Guthrie right now. This was an accident that these babies didn't know how to handle. Yeah, so sad. That's what it sounds like. They wouldn't get anything out of harming him, but alcohol and young men are a bad combo. Egos. Yeah. Sam, I don't know what you were saying earlier. I think I missed it. T-Type says every current inside is different. This place is known to be very powerful. Yeah, that's what it seems like. It would have been difficult to even get me to want to go to that island. Like, I wouldn't even want to be on that island. I'm sorry. Like, just thinking about I've even thought about like just the thought of going out there, going boots on the ground, just to go see what this island is like, guys. And I don't even know if I would feel comfortable. Like, if I go there and somebody had a boat to drive me to this island, I'd probably want to leave right back immediately. I don't think that I would feel comfortable being out on that island, period. I'm sorry. I just don't think that I'm not good. I don't think water would work out for me, period. I've never been on a boat in my life. But I don't know if I would be comfortable with going out there. I don't even know if I'd have the cojones to go out there on this island, to be honest with you. I would do it for the viewers' sake. However, I would hope that we are in a very nice boat going out to this island just to feel a little bit more, comfortable coming back. I don't know. Went down to with his Nintendo. What did I miss? Darkness. Kim Jill says, was it high tide at the time? Rip currents, water can get dangerous out there. Not sure if at the time, but I know that they ended that search early because of the currents. And I honestly wonder where they were at when those currents started to get crazy at the time that they did decide to go out there. Because from what I heard also, they started the search kind of late. And I don't know why. I would have been eager to get out there from the very start of the morning. 6 Figure Days, I think it was on a boat. That's why we heard those people screaming his name. Good point. Good point. Wow. So perhaps he was on the boat, just to kind of get everybody's perception and thought, or the person specifically that made that comment. For Figure Days. So perhaps he was on the boat. What do you think happened to him if he was on the boat? Do you think that they just threw him in the water and then they left and they were close to Horn Island and that's how he washed up on shore? What do you think? I mean, that's the only thing that could have happened, right? If he was on the boat, that they would have had to throw him in the water, or they went back and they put him on the island. But that's not possible because his body was, it decomposed. So due to that, we know he spent a lot of time underwater for sure. So that's no secret. We still haven't determined whether or not that he had water in his lungs at all, in my opinion. That's the thing. I think once that's determined, I think that'll be probably the nail in the coffin, that he drowned. At least that's what I would assume. I still believe this is just a discussion until more evidence comes in. I agree, T-Time. I agree. I can't wrap my finger around anything. That would be wrong if I did. Angela says, I question why would they do that? Yeah, for sure. I think it was a freak accident. My opinion says, yeah, it's really possible. Linda says, Juice, they grew up together to boat in deep water. Don't you always say that? I feel like you said that yesterday. No one knows that they grew up together. No one's confirmed that, though. So we don't know that for a fact. So I wouldn't state that unless you know for sure. Caddy says his body wasn't waterlogged, so he didn't spend a lot of time in the water. Really? How do you know that? Tammy says the ocean takes you out, spins you around, then spits you out. Interesting. I hate to even think about that. That's bothering. The toxicology will be in by latest October. I think they're already done for the most part, to be honest. But it doesn't matter when it's going to be in because we're not going to know until we get in front of that grand jury, right? Unless they decide, well, we don't need to go before a grand jury. Then everything will come out. Nah, no number of deaths, Sam. I did some research on it. The only thing they talk about is the fact that there was a war on Horn Island at one point in time. And I think that they said it was like 280 to 300 people that may have died at that time. Yeah. I'm also puzzled about the boat traveling around when it's meant to be sinking. Yeah, so what they were saying, Renee, is with the belch pump, supposedly with the belch pump, you are supposed to ride it out to get the water out or something like that. Some reason that's why they were towed for a short period, because they were getting the water out of that belch or whatever it was. And then you're able to continue on until you're able to get somewhere to get it fixed. So apparently it lasts for a good amount of time, at least while you're out doing whatever you're doing, from what is how they kind of explained it. So you can continue on for quite some time and then get it fixed later, from what I heard. Yeah. I don't know if there's anything on YouTube. I'll check to see if there's anything that could explain the outcome of that. Let's look at this video right here. See, I guess his boat is sinking. So that says no belch pump. But apparently, as long as you can get the boat moving, I guess that would somehow help to get the water out of the boat. I don't know exactly how a belch pump operates, but somebody had explained it. However, I don't know exactly how it would work if you're like actually out there on the water. And it doesn't appear that there's any like videos that really explain how it would work. Let's try. I don't think I spelled it right. I just want to see if we could look this up real quick. I don't want to waste too much more time here. Our boat sank, pump failure. So this is what it looks like, but that's not explaining how you would prevent it when it's occurring. At least we know what it looks like. That's not what we want to see, though. We want to see somebody being towed, and for whatever reason, that's supposed to be helping with with the water flow somehow, some way. That's what I want to see. I want to see what that looks like. Why doesn't anybody have them getting towed to help, get the boat back to where it's supposed to be for the time being, temporarily? They only got like installing a belch pump and all this crap, but they don't have anything that shows how it works when you're getting assistance. So this doesn't mean that their theory doesn't check out. It just means that they don't have any videos, or I'm just not doing the right research. Doing without pump for sure tickets to Davy Jones Walker. This is why they towed him. If Nolan were the white, the case would have been handled way better, like getting an incident report to the parents. Possibly. Warren said the water was up to the battery connection, so they had to get going or they wouldn't be able to start the motor. Okay, so why isn't anybody describing how that works online? That's what I'm trying to figure out. I'm not saying that there isn't that, but somebody would have a video, I would assume. All right, let's look this up real quick. We'll try one more, and if we don't find it, I'll do some research later, and maybe we'll find something else. I think I'm putting in Bells wrong. Hold on. I think it's B-I. Yeah, it's B-I, not B. Runaway boat stopping a vessel. Nope, that's not it. It's not what we're looking for. I simply want to see a boat being towed. Ever wonder how the boat gets hooked on? Nope. Yeah, that's really weird. Yep, there's no videos. That's weird. I could be researching the wrong thing. That sucks. Towboat hard work. Let me know if y'all find a video like that. Send me a link if you do. When a boat's being towed to, I guess, keep the bells from overflowing or get the water out of the bells when there's too much water. I don't know exactly what they stated happened. I can't remember. That's crazy. There's really nothing online. That's amazing. And you would think that would be common when you see somebody like towing somebody to, help the bells in some type of way. Because they did some, I think it was Tatum, or it was a Chris Kumo, or I think he was saying that he's been doing research on it, and there's something that I guess helps that boat when it's being towed. That's sad because once you tow a boat, it's just completely ruined, it seems like, too. Well, we'll do some research on it. We'll see if we can find anything. I'll see if I can find something that kind of proves their theory. In other words, that's what I would like to really do. I believe it, though. I just know nothing about boats, so. What do you mean he doesn't want to lose someone's boat? I don't know what that meant. Nina, big welcomes, by the way. What's the update? We were checking out we watched the video of the two boys that were interviewed by Tatum. So some of the boys were interviewed, the boys that were being accused of Nolan Wells' death. That's what we watched today, and a couple other things, actually. We also watched the my God, I can't remember the name.
These are all favorable things.
Let me turn this off. We also watched the boys just interacting with one another to kind of prove that they were friends. And that was pretty much it, though. Nothing else. There was a total 8 or 9 people, think 8. Are you talking about on the boat? Because there was 7. When that call came, it was 7. I was looking up some stuff 2 times, so I wasn't looking at the chat at the time. Sorry. Misty, you're still up? Man. Welcome back, Misty. How to tow a boat on water? Yeah, but that's not going to do us any good. We want to know how we tow a boat. Like, how do you help a boat that has something going on with the belch, that for whatever they had going on with their belch pump? I would like to know what that looks like. And I'm assuming, since I can't find any videos online, that is something that's not common. That's what I'm assuming.
And yet this GPS is saying that you were
saved by the user. Get on. And that selective interpret.
That's crazy. He said it wasn't his boat, so I'm sure he didn't want to lose someone else's boat. It was his grandfather's, from what I heard. Remember, Cito said that they already had spoke to the grandfather before speaking to the actual person on the boat. Rhonda says, did you read your chat? I've been reading the chat. Read your text I sent. I still don't have a live channel, but I'm loving and supporting everyone. I've made so many friends, and you're all awesome. Much love, Misty. What does it say? If you have a leak in the boat, and get it on a high plane and pull plug, it will what? It will SKE the water go out the plug hole, because pressure will stop it from coming in. Good question. Somebody messaged me and says, why are you not trying to find out who supplied the alcohol? I would love to. Maybe it was the lady that we saw the night before who supplied the alcohol. I don't know. How old is Bart? Bart's a little bit older too. But maybe the lady that we saw the night before they actually went out, because she seemed like she may have been down enough to do that for them. Maybe it was her who supplied the alcohol. It had to be one of the adults. I mean, they're obviously not old enough to buy any.
Like an artist of some type, and she does art, okay? And she's gonna tell you right here what happened. Basically, let me show you this.
Bitch, I'm downtown right now, and all these boys are like, we know Lisa.
Hey, Lisa, how do you Hey, Lisa!
So you could see right there, I don't know the boy's name in the middle, but you could see that is Warren right there. Here is Nolan himself, and I'm going to continue the video.
Stupid. I'm like, she's at work. They're like, no, we know you, girl. We know you, girl. Bitch, I'm downtown right now, and all these boys are like, we know Lisa.
Hey, Lisa, how do you Hey, Lisa!
So you could see right.
Maybe it was Lisa. Who knows? I mean, Lisa looks like she could be, somebody who would be down enough to do it. Who knows? I'm not going to say it was Lisa, but, and then you got Nolan right there. You see Nolan clear as day. And it kind of it tells that these boys are actually legitimate friends to me. Best friends? No. But anyway. I'm trying to look for something here, guys. Excuse me. Oh, okay. It says so the water will make water go out the plug hole because pressure will stop it from coming. Gotcha. Crystal Crime Board, good to see you. Big welcomes, Crystal Crime Board. Give me a second here. Hope all is well, Crystal Crime Board, though, by the way. Hope the channel's been going well as well. Don't forget to hit that like. Indeed. Much love. I appreciate that. He was a good swimmer. For all we know, I mean, you can't expect people growing up in Mississippi to be good swimmers because of the fact of them being surrounded by water. But it seemed like it was common for them to go out on this island or on the island. So I would assume they would have some type of knowledge to, being able to swim. Nolan's fake friends are trying to persuade the investigation. I would hope not. I mean, I would hope they wouldn't want to sue just to get caught later, but you never know. We've seen a whole lot of crazy things happen, right? It's like we've almost seen it all at this point. East Tian says, Juice, you have to get a boat that's taking on water to shore, especially if the pump has stopped working. You have to get the water out. The boat could sink. Not good to wait around. Good point. I just wanted to see a video for our own pieces of mind to see how it works. Not saying that theory or that, whatever they stated that they had to do doesn't check out. I just wanted to see it for myself, really. Justice for Nolan Wells, guys. Justice for Nolan Wells. Yeah, so no videos. I wish I could. So this right here, let me just get out of this here. This right here is so this is the district attorney. Angel Myers, is it McRath or something like that? She released a statement in the beginning. Here's what she said here.
As District Attorney for the 19th Circuit Court District of Mississippi, I want to talk directly to the people of Jackson County. Our community is grieving the tremendous loss of Nolan Wells, who is loved and treasured by everyone. Nolan's family deserves answers, and our community deserves answers.
Yeah, that's right. Thanks for that. Yes, because Chris has been doing a ton of research on the boats and how they work, and he describes it perfect, but he doesn't show a video. That's what I want to see, though. That's what I really want to see. I don't really want to see him talk about it. I want to see it.
Every death in the county, except those of natural causes and non-criminal car wrecks, are presented to your grand jury. Many people don't know that. We have handled death investigations in this manner my entire career. Nolan's case is being handled the same way, with the same care and the same commitment to the truth that we handle all death investigations. I understand the public's urgency to know what happened to Nolan, but we are not taking time for time's sake. We are taking the time required to complete the work this investigation demands. Since Nolan was reported missing, local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies have worked around the clock investigating what happened to him. Every piece of evidence must be examined. Every credible lead must be followed to its conclusion. Every witness interview must be analyzed in context of all other evidence. The pressure for answers does not change what the work requires. Our responsibility to Nolan and our community is to complete this investigation.
Are you guys buying her? Are you buying what she's saying?
Thoroughly, carefully, without compromise, supported by the evidence, and worthy of the confidence of the people we serve. I also understand that many people have questions about why more information has not been released publicly. In Mississippi, the rules of professional conduct restrict the information a prosecutor can release during an investigation. Our restraint in communicating facts and evidence is not an effort to keep the truth from the public. It is an effort to protect the integrity of this investigation in the grand jury proceeding. As your district attorney, I have an ethical obligation to avoid public statements that could influence witnesses, prejudice a proceeding, or compromise the fair.
Gertrude, what's up? How you doing?
Hi, Juice. I'm good. How are you?
I'm hanging in there, just covering some Nolan Wells, sitting back, observing.
I know. I've been watching you all night. That's crazy about the cameras, that there is that many cameras.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's crazy. It doesn't make any sense that they don't have much. I mean, but they're surrounding the area. They're not like on Horn Island.
Yeah.
But it's still kind of questionable, though.
I wish you could go out there.
I know. I'm scared to go. I would be scared to go on that island, though. I'm not. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know. I'd be scared.
Oh,
I would need like a 2026 speedboat that goes like probably 100 miles an hour. You know, just in case it gets a little too crazy. We got to get out of there. You know what I mean? For real.
I know. Hi, Angela.
I could do it.
I could see the chat tonight. I usually can't, but I have you on my little iPad tonight, so I can see. No, well, I'm on the phone. Usually, I can't see it, but I can see it tonight.
I hear you. Yeah. Would you?
Yeah. You going to the island is like you going to Nancy's. Like we all want you there, but we don't at the same time.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, I don't know. Yeah. If I had the funds to go to Mississippi, I would. I don't know. It might be too costly for me right now. I don't know. What would it cost me to go there? I would definitely probably drive, but that's like a 22-hour drive from here.
That's a long way.
I would do it. I love driving though, and it would give me a chance to kind of see other parts of the world, I guess. But yeah, I would love to go to Mississippi. I'd do it in a heartbeat. If I had the money to go out there, I'd be gone tomorrow.
I wouldn't go. I love you too, Freckles. Hey, Juice, this is off the topic. Have you ever heard of a porch goose?
Never.
It's a thing. Christy in your chat was telling me about it, where you have like a fake goose on your porch. You can like dress it up and stuff.
No, never. I can't even picture what that looked like.
I don't know. I'm so high, and I'm just like picturing the porch goose, and I'm loving it. It makes me want one.
A porch goose? I've never heard of.
Yeah, it's like a whole thing where you put a goose on your porch. Juice, where the fuck is Nancy?
Chat, y'all know what that
Where
is?
is Nancy
Oh, that
Guthrie?
looks weird. No, I guess it doesn't
I
look
want to
weird.
know.
Oh, I see what you're calling. Oh, okay, yeah, yeah. I think
I
I've seen
haven't
that
Googled
before.
it yet. I just heard about it in your chat.
But yeah, where is
So,
Nancy?
but
Apparently, they're
I
back
don't
in the
know.
neighborhood, according to Brian Inton.
That's
He
awareness of
reported
the
that they're back in the neighborhood. I don't know. I don't know what they're
That's
trying
what
to
I
dig up.
heard.
Like, what are they doing?
Hi, Summer. I don't know. I heard a rumor that they were back in her backyard, but you never know it's true.
Yeah, I don't know. Hopefully, they dig
So,
up something though. And then there was like some pictures of some different people that in the garage. I don't know when that was though, but I saw some picture of somebody in the garage, which was
weird.
interesting. Yeah.
Who knows what they're doing? Now they got you guys out of there. They could do all kinds of secret stuff.
Mark the Shark was out rolling around. I don't know.
Oh, was he?
Yeah, I don't know if he went by Nancy's, but I think I saw him going by Tommaso's.
You know, last time I was in Tucson, you know, my sister's obsessed with Nancy Guthrie, just like me. And we'd be sitting around and we kept saying, like, you want to go see what's happening in Nancy's? We probably drove by like 15 times at all different times of the day. It's scary over there at night. It is so scary. It's so dark. I couldn't believe it.
Wow. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, and there was nothing happening. I mean, but that was a while ago. That was a few weeks ago. I'm in Phoenix now, so I can't drive past there.
Yeah, it definitely is scary there at night for sure. I definitely would not want to live in that neighborhood, especially after what happened. I'm good.
It's so dark, and there's so many houses that nobody lives in, like construction underway, and it's creepy over there.
The fact that nobody's street is like, no one's house is like really close to the road. No one could even save you if you wanted to get saved out there, to be honest. Like, no one would even be able to call. How are these people even calling the police if they can't even see the road? Like, they have to be looking.
People aren't even in the United States.
Well, yeah, most of them, yeah, you're right. They don't even live here.
I mean,
I think most of the people that called were like passing by.
Yeah, or not even there, just watching your stream.
Yeah,
that's so stupid waste of time. You know, they should feel ashamed. Like, someone could have had a heart attack while they were doing that. Every second counts when you have like a stroke or a heart attack. And imagine you call 911, you can't get through because there's some internet trolls calling, you know?
Yeah, and is it really worth being subpoenaed in court for nothing? It's kind of stupid.
It is stupid.
I wouldn't, and I don't know. I just don't think. I think people really should call, even the non-emergency line. They should call if it's really actually like worthy. I think.
I mean, non-emergency is one thing. Like, I can't lie. I like the ladies who are calling, like, fuck Sheriff Nanos. He's doing terrible things.
Well, that's
you know?
different. Them for sure.
But
yeah.
I mean, when you guys were out there were a lot of people calling 911. Like, I'm scared. My life is in danger. Help me. There's a big guy with tattoos standing outside, you know?
Yeah.
Like, all those 911 calls that they made to troll. Because Nano said it. He got on TV and said, our 911 system is overwhelmed, you know? And that was the problem. But then, do you remember you got that text? Because my sister got it, and she lives in Pima County. And it said, we're doing... there will be updates. 911 will be unavailable for all of Arizona at random times. It wasn't all of Arizona because no one in Maricopa County got it. It was just Pima County. And I was right. That old sheriff had some outdated 911, equipment, and they couldn't handle it. I guarantee now, if all those people called 911, they would know exactly who they were. You know, he updated everything.
Yeah, for sure. But
that's what he should have done in the first place instead of arresting people. That is like the stupidest thing.
So basically, if you call enough, then you'll be they'll do something, I guess, as long as it's not a streamer. So as long as you call like 50, 60 times, they're willing to break the law. Basically, they're willing to just. That's just sad. I don't know. It's so bothering.
That guy's a jackass. So, Juice, I'm working on something in the Nancy Guthrie case. I'm telling you, I got an idea. So, I don't usually watch like much YouTube. You know, I'm so high I can't even talk. When you used to smoke weed, did you ever come across any green crack?
Yeah, that was probably one of the first strains I had when I first started smoking. Yeah.
They had some green crack shatter at the weed store, and I mixed it in with the blunt.
Yeah.
But anyway, so I was looking around on YouTube today at some other channels, and there's a guy, and he's not like that big, but I mean, he kind of has some viewers or whatever. But anyway, he's a body language expert. So now I haven't got to talk to him yet, and he's not talking about Nancy Guthrie at all. But my goal is I gotta get this guy's attention, this body language expert, and then I'm gonna get this guy to watch the video of the memorial and really pick apart the body language. You know, because I can't be the only one who sees that Savannah is fucking Tommaso. That body language was wild at the memorial. I'm telling you, Juice, if I get a body language expert to agree with me, will you consider I might be right?
Yeah, maybe in that sense, but I doubt it. I highly doubt they're going to agree with that.
I mean, they might, because look, they might be not, this guy, I haven't seen him talk about Nancy Guthrie at all. So this is like an outside source, you know, to get in there and take a good look and just see what he thinks.
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I'll keep you updated. That's what I have going on right now for the body language expert.
So that's what
is
you're
what I'm
gonna try
doing
to
to look for Nancy.
Oh,
I'm always doing something to look for Nancy, you know? I'm trying. I'm
Trying to
really
see if
worried about Nancy
they're
Guthrie.
like screwing one another.
No, I just think it seems impossible that Savannah and Tommaso could be having an affair, and it would have nothing to do with the disappearance of Nancy. It has to have something to do with it. I'm telling you, the FBI, and this is serious, Juice, they need to sit Savannah down and tell her. I know the FBI noticed.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe.
Because they have body language experts. Yeah.
I honestly don't think the FBI is even doing anything. I think they're just waiting for. I think they got their hopes up right now, and they're just waiting on a call to catch a break.
I think they're waiting for someone in the family to slip up. That's what I think.
I wouldn't look past that either. I think that's highly possible for sure.
Yeah, I think so too. All right, Juice, I gotta get something to drink. My mouth is so dry. I'm telling you, I smoked the biggest blunt. I can't even believe I called, but I had to tell you. Oh, hi, I can see the chat tonight. Hi, Serene. Hi, Summary. It's moving kind of. It's hard to see it real good, but I got in a couple comments. But anyway, I'm gonna go get a drink, Juice, and watch your stream, and I'll keep you updated on the body language expert.
All right, much love, Gertrude.
And I love you, Chris. I just saw Chris in the chat. Why don't I always have the chat up when I'm talking to you?
Yeah, I don't know.
You got the best chat. Tell Adrian and Maid if you talk to them. I miss them very, very much.
Okay, will do. I got you.
All right, bye, Juice.
All right. Who called right now? Somebody was calling on the other line. I'm not too sure who that was. But somebody called. Who was this? Huh. I'm not too familiar with we text a couple times. Oh, here they are. Mr. Juice.
Good morning.
Hey, how you doing? Good morning.
Hey,
You sound
how's
familiar.
everything going?
It's going all right.
That's good. I heard you talking about how tall you were. I mean, I was gonna say you gotta be in NBA or somewhere as tall as you are.
Yeah, I think you were. I think you had sent me a message one time too. Maybe telling me to stop talking too much. Maybe that was you. I don't know. Was it you who sent me a message? No, but we've talked before, right? Because I think you messaged me a couple times.
Oh yeah, I've talked to you several times.
Yeah,
but I've
yeah.
never
I
said
figured I
nothing
remembered your voice.
about talking. Yeah, no, I don't. No, I'm not like that. I'm not rude. I'm a good person.
No, I wouldn't
live
have
for
said
the
that as
Lord.
rude. But I hear
No,
you.
I would never say nothing like that.
Okay.
No, but that little boy that come up missing, man, that's so sad. And then I pray every day that something, the truth comes out and what happens.
Yeah.
But I was always raised, and whenever you went somewhere as a group, when you went in that group, you always come back with that group, and no one stays behind. That's the way I was always raised. And I just wanted to come here and say that you're doing the most awesome job, and congratulations on everything you're doing, because you show people how you care for them, and that means more than anything.
Hey, I appreciate that.
And I'm for the third of the month, next month, I'm gonna come and be a member. I've been watching you from day one, and I made a mistake. I don't know if I made a mistake. Becoming a member of JR's, and I've tried to message him, call him, everything, and he never messaged me back, never said any comments. But when I call you, you always is just as nice, and you always talk back to you.
Hey, I wouldn't hold it against him. No, don't take that from him. I mean, JLR's got 10 times the amount of people I got on my channel, though. So I wouldn't hold it to him.
You'll be there. Yeah, you'll be there one day. I believe with all my heart you will, because the people love you so much. Because you're an awesome person.
Yeah, but he's a good dude. I wouldn't suggest not being a member on his channel. I would say continue being a member on his channel.
I'll probably stay with him, but I'm gonna come be a member of yours also.
Yeah.
But
Well, I
you
appreciate
do
that.
an awesome job, and we appreciate everything you do. And just want to say thank you. I'm from Eastern Kentucky.
Much love, man. It's love from me, from where I'm at, which is Arizona to East
If
Kentucky.
you and your family ever come decide to come out and you get down around Natural Bridge, Red River Gorge, you're more than welcome. I got a place you're welcome to stay. It won't cost you a dime, and I'll feed you, and they even take you out on a side by side, and let you go, take you riding out in the woods, see all the sceneries, and you enjoy yourself.
Hey, that'd be awesome, brother. That'd be awesome. I'll hold you to it.
But I'd get off here and not hold up the phone. I just want to say thank you. God bless you. And we love you and your family, and keep going. I'll be watching you every morning.
All right, brother. You too. God bless you.
All right. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate you.
All right. You too. Good brother, man. Much love to him. Shouts to him chiming in. Now, I remember we did a and this is kind of irrelevant too. We did a moon theory at Nancy's house. It was just right outside of Nancy's. Thanks so much for the gift, by the way. Who was that? I was Renee as well as Nina earlier, and Fred, I appreciate the jewel as well. We did a moon theory out at Nancy's because everybody's skeptical of the, we've did our own investigating on this, okay? But I was just thinking about the moon theory we did when we were out there to see how bright it was when we had the full moon. And well, there's a car coming here. This is Lauren pulling up here. But it is actually really bright out there. I don't know who tuned in that day. However, look at how bright it is at Nancy's. And it's hard to see on stream because, it's just, I don't know why stream kind of shows it much darker. But we did a theory and it does not reflect the light, though. The brightness of the moon doesn't reflect off of the, the actual, see, that might look better. It doesn't reflect off of the actual signs and whatnot, though. But that street, you could almost see down the street, like just seeing how bright it is with that full moon. 'Cause I was talking about with Gertrude how dark it is in that neighborhood. I could not live in that neighborhood. Oh my God. Maybe only on full moon nights I could live in that neighborhood. But it's actually, you could actually like see down the road on a full moon night. So they definitely had less of a harder time seeing in that neighborhood when they went that night of a full moon. And for all I know, it was probably even brighter that night that Nancy was taken, although we don't know for sure she was taken that very night, but you can literally see in that neighborhood when there's a full moon. It's so crazy. It really does change what you see. And it's hard to say, it's hard to really tell because I had my freaking light on. But I don't know why that video just popped up on me out of nowhere. But anyway, that's irrelevant right now. Supermoon that night, yeah, that was crazy. Try to remember how bright it was and how far you could see. Yeah, you could definitely like see all the way down the street. It was insane. It really was insane. So yeah, Brian Ensign, he was out there. I don't know if he was here last week. I don't know if he's still there.
It was propped open. And
doesn't that house looks so much different looking at it from the back angle? I watched a little bit of it. I didn't catch it all earlier, but look at the back of this house here. Nancy's here.
this is the outdoor area here in the back. Again, it's really just a beautiful house. I keep thinking about the fact that she lived here since the 1970s and all the memories that Savannah must have in the backyard. And then there's another, this is the casita over here. And there's obviously, you can't really see it through the brush, there's obviously a door into the casita, which is like the little guest house, which is next door. So, and again, I have permission to be back here. It is kind of weird being in the back. I'm not really in her backyard. I'm in
I remember that
backyard, but
Carolina.
It's just strange to get this vantage point from the back. And again, this is what it looks like. There's just a ton of like wooded area back here. That you know, you can walk through. There's like little trails. It's not like in Florida where there's swamp or there's forest. It's really thick. It's hard to get through. I mean, you can walk around back here. You will see a ton of cactuses, and you could stick yourself. I mean, everything has thorns out here, but it technically is, you know, walkable. And they did put these no trespassing signs up all around the house. So again, I'm not going to get too close, but even from this distance, you can see quite a bit the side of the house here. So that's what the back of Nancy's house looks like. I want to get into my conversation now with Maureen O'Connell about this and also about some other developments that I've learned about and get her take now that we're now more than 6 months since Nancy disappeared. Hey, Maureen, thank you for joining me. It's nice to see you, and congratulations again on your podcast, Big City Crime. I've been checking it out. You guys are doing a great job, so thank you for joining me again.
Thank you, and it's nice to see you, and it's been way too long. I'm not happy about how long it's been, but we've both been swamped. So
I've missed you, but I see you on YouTube now, so it's like I get my Maureen fix.
Yep.
The first thing I wanted to ask you about with Nancy Guthrie is I was just talking yesterday to one of the neighbors who lives nearby, and I've seen some other reporting about this, that FBI agents were back out there again, and she knew for sure that it was FBI because she actually recognized one of the guys who came to her door to talk to her within the last couple of weeks. And she said they were specifically looking around. There's a kind of like, not, I don't know what the right word, it's not an alley, but there's a kind of like a dirt road that goes back in an area behind Nancy's house in between two houses. And that she saw them specifically on that road. What should we make of that?
Well, it sounds like they're going over everything again with a fresh set of eyes, which is really important. It's good to do. It's going to be helpful. They may have something in mind where they're trying to check out or verify whether or not what the reporting party said could have happened back there. And it's also really good to familiarize yourself completely with the area that surrounds a crime scene like this, because when you're going over stuff and you're reading older reports or reports that were completed in the past, if you have a really solid understanding of what the topography looks like, what the area is like, how high the pony walls are, or is it a 6-foot wall, so that if someone tells you or someone has said in a statement that, oh yeah, we walked over there, stepped over the back wall and walked right in, you can stand back there as you did yourself on your podcast, I remember. And I think you even said, this wall is not as high as I thought it was. But you also came up with all kinds of good information, Brian. Like, this is not an area where you could just walk someone through in the pitch dark. It's you're going to trip, you're going to cut yourself, you're going to get caught on cacti. It's not like a walk in the park, so to speak.
And also the monsoons. I was back in Tucson like a week ago, and there were like thunderstorms. Was it different than when I had been there last time? They have like thunderstorms in the summer and really, really heavy rains. When you're looking for evidence, I mean, could that impact things? Could that be a reason that they're going back out there?
Yeah, because water flows, downhill or in a relatively typical or in a way that you can anticipate. And there's often a choke point or an area where all that water will pool. It's a good place to go and look for evidence, especially if they're looking for clothing, if they knew what she was wearing or anything like that. So if it was a pink nightgown and they find a pink piece of cloth, it's worth looking into. It will also take a very vast area, and the water will cause whatever is on top to wash in one direction. That's basically what I was trying to say earlier. But so it is a good place. By a choke point, I mean it's an area where things come together. You can have a choke point when it comes to traffic. Like, for example, going in and out of Nancy's house, there's really only 2 choke points that, if you were to sit on surveillance or you'd be looking at those cameras, you'd be looking at these 2 different areas, that type of thing. So the evidence could be rolling in one direction, and that could be very beneficial to the team.
I thought of you the other day when that Wall Street Journal story came out, that deep dive into the investigation. And a lot of it, I would say like 80% of it was stuff that you and I had talked about, that we heard about and figured out kind of early on, and they were just kind of going back through it all again. But there were a couple new things that stood out to me that I didn't know. And one, the thing that made me think of you, because we talked so much about the blood that was found in the front, is the Wall Street Journal reported that initially the deputies who responded thought that it was old blood, like thought that Nancy had had a nosebleed, and that it was like dry blood and that it had nothing to do with her disappearance, that it was like from another event, an innocent event. I don't know why that really stuck with me because it was so much blood. Like, I guess I'm just trying to get into the mind of an investigator. If you showed up out there, wouldn't you have thought that it was like something that may have had to do with her being gone?
Well, when you consider that they haven't had any kidnappings or murders in a very, very, very long time. And I think whatever that number was, over 90% of calls like this end up being someone that just walked off, especially when she's an elderly person. But once the other stuff started coming together, so I could see initially that they would be like, this could be something else, because with all that cacti around her, she could easily get cut. She was on blood thinners. You can bleed like you can't.
Gertrude, stop it. You know she doesn't no longer have a period anymore. Jesus Christ, we can't have that conversation. I can't imagine all the emails that he gets. You talking about JLR, Christy says? Yeah, I can't imagine either. Or are you talking about Brian Hinton?
Believe when you're in that type of situation. However, when you start adding together the other things that were unfolding in real time, like the information from the family, if in fact the family told her, I mean, we heard Savannah say that her mom could barely make it to the down to the mailbox, but are we sure that Tommaso and Annie said that to the police? If they said that to the police and that's in their written statements and that's something that will hopefully eventually come out, then yeah, now it's starting to build. Then you get to the back door and then you see the 2 potted plants and the doors propped open. Now it's to every ratchet this up one notch, one notch, one notch. Then her car's there. Then you see that her Apple Watch is at the end of the bed. And, you know, her bed isn't made. Does she often leave the house without making her bed? The answer is no. So you see these things just start to build and build and build. And it should have happened in relatively quick succession that they said, you know what, something's going on here. At that point, they should have put up the yellow tape in a very large area. If they thought, as soon as they thought there was foul play, they should have locked it down.
We're also hearing now that there's some new people coming into the investigation, new detectives being cycled in, a fresh set of eyes. You and I were texting about that the other day. Is that important? I mean, when you're working on an investigation, and from what I've been told, unfortunately, they've made progress because they're going through the tips, but I don't think they're right now any closer to a specific person or anything like that. Can that be helpful when you get just someone brand new?
It's been 6 months, guys. Are you telling me that it's going to take a year for them to go through the tips? Did you hear anything that the threat assessments that they had with Savannah because of who she was? I always found that sus. Nah, I haven't heard anything about that, Sam. That's crazy. Was this like in the beginning? When it comes to the threats? That's crazy. But, you know, I'm not surprised at all. That's insane.
That comes in with a fresh set of eyes, or can that be frustrating if you're already working on the case because it's someone who doesn't know anything?
Both. But the fact of the matter is, like, even in the FBI, probably especially in the FBI, because we rotate around a lot. So you end up, when a person rotates off your squad, they divvy up those cases amongst the other investigators on that squad. So you'll end up with an old case. You always have at least one old, what we would call like an old dog, where this case, you know, and it wouldn't be something like this. I think something like this is unique in that your whole office potentially could be focused on this. Could be trying to help with this. So could it be frustrating? Yes. Is it good to have a new set of eyes? Yes, because new people have new skill sets. You know, you might be a guy that's really good at electronics. You might be someone that's unbelievable at, like, if you work narcotics and stuff, like some of these detectives have. These narcotics guys are scrappers. I worked narcotics for many, many years here in Los Angeles. They're some of the most resourceful detectives you can find, and they are dogged detectives. So if you get a guy like that who's got street smarts, street savvy, he's a scrapper, he's a go-getter, he's a honey bag.
Long time ago, there was a woman posting on Facebook or somewhere saying that Nancy took the people from her B-Day party out front to see some plants, red pot plants that had bloomed early. She cut herself. I don't know. I don't know if that sounds legitimate. But it's possible. I mean, anything's possible at this point. I don't know. I'm at a point where I'm frustrated in this case, and I'm not really taking anything. Like, I'm not considering it to be true anymore. Like, I'm just tired of so many, like, we've gotten so many runarounds. It's like, I don't even know. I just don't want to take people's word for things anymore. Did we even hear back from the guy that they interviewed on the Thornbridge channel with Jennifer and Glenn? Because apparently he was supposed to be getting back to us about the morgue or about the fact that Nancy was declared dead or something like that on February 1st. Apparently he was supposed to just check to see if his information was accurate because he felt like he had something that was legitimate. Like it was actually true, but he wanted to verify. And he said he would get back to us Monday. Today's Monday. I don't know if anybody's even heard anything. Sam says, yes, in the beginning, brief mention of it. I'm confused. So the assessment, what was the purpose if they didn't take preventative measures and there was a warning that this could happen? Interesting. I don't remember that. Shoot me an email. Send me the video if you have it or if you can find it. That's crazy. I don't remember that at all. There's so many things that have happened in this case, though. It's crazy. Hey, what's up, Misty?
Hey, I was just calling. Gertrude wanted me to call and hear my country accent.
All right. Yeah, we love the
But
accent.
I have to agree with you. Like, there's so many different scenarios, speculations. It's like one day we'll think this, the next day we'll think that. It's just insane. It's crazy.
Yeah, I'm just tired of the runaround. Like, I can't do it anymore. I'm just like so overwhelmed with it now. I'm just gonna.
Right? And they're not telling us anything. So until we get some kind of facts, what are we supposed to do?
I don't know. I feel like
But we
we've
have to
done our
look.
part. Like, sorry, go ahead. You're good.
No, I was just saying we have to look at only the facts, which is
Yeah.
very few because of you know who, Nanokio.
Yeah.
I feel like it's a cover up.
I've been feeling like that since day one.
Yeah,
Well, for
it's
him at
really
least.
sad. It's really sad.
Yeah, I'm just over.
But
I
I
don't
just
know.
wanted to call and say hey and hey to the chat. And Gertrude, here you can hear my voice.
Well, we
But
appreciate
yeah,
that.
keep being you. You are awesome, and I just cannot tell you guys how much I appreciate y'all.
Hey, we
You guys
appreciate you
are
too,
the
though.
only ones looking for Nancy. And then it really irritates me because Savannah wants to say, we will never stop searching for you, mommy. But they've not yet done anything. No flyers, no nothing. So I'm sick of hearing it. And even if she does not know where her mother is or what happened, you didn't do anything. You offered like a $1,200 reward if your mother was found, and then now it's so high. But in the beginning, such a small amount. Are you kidding me? And then donate $500,000. to a missing children, which is awesome,
Yeah.
to a missing children's foundation. But you're going to do that when your mother is missing and you literally offered to any of us, what, $1,200? That's a small amount. That is small.
Wait, what was the 1,200 for? I don't remember that.
The very initial offer
Really?
that the family put out. Yeah, it was very, very, very small. And then after time, it went to the millions, which part of that was not even from them. So what I'm saying is they know what happened. They know.
I always
They
get that
know,
feeling.
and that's why it just makes me so angry.
So you
And
feel
just
like
watching that.
they're like waiting for them to come forward, like Annie and Tommaso for the most part. Like she's just kind
My
of
honest feeling is that Tommaso had something to do with this, and maybe Annie did not know about it at the time. She found out after the fact, and Savannah already knows that her mother is gone, and she doesn't want to lose her sister and brother-in-law at the same time. But she wants them to speak up. When I watched with Savannah talking, like leaning forward, giving her speech, like she does the same exact way every single time it's rehearsed. Annie, if you're looking at the TV and watching it, Annie is on the left. She looks crazy as always. And then Cameron's on the right. It's just, it is so weird. So weird.
But it's like, how long are they going to wait? Like, how long is she going to wait? Like, perhaps if that is the truth, like, how long are they going to sit? How long is she going to give them before she's like throws in the towel? Like, I can't wait any longer at this point. Like, I don't know.
Maybe she will waver up. Why are they in Italy?
Yeah. You feel like she's the one supporting them
She's
right now?
doing this work. Isn't this Wordle thing in Italy? Isn't that why Savannah went to Italy?
I'm not sure.
That was my understanding, but I mean, I could be wrong about that. But what did you ask? Sorry, I interrupted.
I don't know. I forgot. I was just saying, I just don't
Sorry.
understand how long they're going to wait before she finally like just throws in the towel and, says she doesn't want to wait anymore and just spills the beans at this point. I mean, what's the point? I don't get it. Besides the fact that she doesn't want to lose them, but I don't know. Personally, I wouldn't be able to let that one go if that was my mom. What were you going to say?
No, I saw, it might be a delay, but I just saw where you put it up on the screen.
Yeah.
Where Savannah's leaning forward, reading her message to everybody. I don't know why. It just irritates me. The way she says things, she almost puts like a slight grin, half frown on her face. And then you see Annie over there.
Yeah, I think
looking
Annie's faking.
angry as. And then you'll see Annie start breathing really fast and deep. And then Cameron's over there just stoic.
It's nothing.
But yeah, it's just.
But I mean, he's a man. He's got that military background, so of course he's not going to be showing much of any emotion.
So why wouldn't he be? He would be the man. He should be the man, the son that's out there fighting and trying to find his mother, right?
Demanding things in the public, yeah.
Mhm. Mhm. So
I
that's
would,
just my opinion.
like personally, I would love to hear their conversations like that they've had with Nanos, because I wouldn't doubt that them and Nanos have bumped heads so many times. But the fact that they're not really demanding anything with Nanos is crazy to me. Like nothing at all. I would have been on Nanos's tail end like no other. I would have. I don't know. I would have been so angry with that dude. And I'm sure they were, because that's why they're not talking to him anymore. But I would have exposed him. I'm sorry.
But at the same time, I feel like he has covered it up. Yeah, I agree though. I agree. But I feel like he's covered it up. Everybody knows everything, as in the family. And it's just, I cannot even look at Annie's face anymore. Like, take it down. But there's the other one. There's the other one where she's like acting like she's crying, and it's the most fake pretend cry I've ever seen.
Yeah, that's the other one. You're right.
I cannot stand it. I can't stand to look at them. I can't stand to hear Nancy talk. Savannah talk anymore. She does the same thing. She says things. She stops. She kind of grins. Yeah, she's the actress. She's used to the cameras. But come on. It shows no kind of real emotion when speaking about their mother. And she'll kind of stop like she's about to cry. But no, if I'm talking about my missing mother, I'm going to break down in tears, regardless, when I'm trying to tell everybody, please help me find my mother. Not saying, do the right thing, do the right thing. No, somebody please help me find my mother. And then all you guys are getting arrested, being out there trying to look for their mother, and they've done nothing. Nothing.
Do you think her her emotion was genuine, like when they were at the memorial site? Because you couldn't really see her, like her. You could see them on the first
absolutely not. No,
approach.
No,
Yeah.
when you're talking about when they came out beside the mailbox and laid down some flowers or some weeds.
Exactly.
No, those are some weeds. That is one of the things that really angered me. Fucking weeds. Sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. Yeah, it got to me. The second plea, though, yeah, that one's the one where I'm like, there's no way she's really grieving. Like, and nothing against the family or anything, but I just wasn't feeling it. It just sounded like it looked like somebody that was trying to cry, kind of like Hoda on the show when she was interviewing Savannah. She was like really trying to push tears out, but they weren't coming. Like, you can't force it. If it's there, when it comes, if it comes, it comes. Like, you're gonna cry.
And Savannah had that same grin as when she says things, like when she's speaking, as she's begging for her mother. She had that same grin when she stops. She speaks and then she stops, kind of licks her lips, makes a little grin, and it's acting. It's just acting. And I know it's a delay, but I see now on the screen where you put up Annie, the fakest cry I've ever seen. It makes me so angry. It makes me so angry.
You and me both.
Well, I just wanted to jump in.
Yeah, I appreciate you as usual.
I appreciate you guys so much, and I love you guys.
You too. Much love, Misty. God bless you.
All right, guys. I'll talk to y'all later. All right, bye.
Much love, Misty. I appreciate her always chiming in. I feel like I have very few people chiming in nowadays too, along with Gertrude and a couple other folks. But shouts, Misty. I appreciate you. The love, support is always genuine. And I actually enjoy hearing you on other people's channels too. I see you go from, I see her first. I first discovered her on JLR's, but I also see her on Criminal Network's channel too. So much love. I mean, Misty tries to, not only help us all out, but she's always here to, give us her time along with, several other people that are in the chat. So shouts to her chiming in here. Gertrude calling back. What's happening, Gertrude?
Hi, Juice. Sorry to call again.
No, you're good.
I love it when Misty calls. I just wanted to say something that she pointed out was some real shit, Juice, that nobody ever talks about.
What's that?
So when Nancy first went missing, Savannah offered the first reward out there. Misty was right, was $1,500.
Really?
Because I remember that. Because I looked at my sister and I was like, how is that lady that rich lady offering $1,500? That is a reward you offer when your dog goes missing. I'm sorry. That's a rich person. I'm not even rich, and I would be quick to offer $1,000 if my dog went missing. That is like you really love your dog, it runs away, you put out a $1,500 reward. That is not you're a rich ass lady and your mom went missing. That is an insult.
Nah,
$1,500. That is some sick shit right there. That is crazy. All right, Juice. I just had to put that out there because no one ever talks about that. And I remember the day it happened, and that caught me off guard. Like, that is a dog reward. Yeah. That is, you know what, Chris? It was $1,500. I can see the chat today. It was $1,500, but even if it was $2,500, that's like $2,500 is if your parakeet goes missing. Like, if one of my parakeets flew away, I'd probably offer $2,500. It is not like a missing mom. And if you're rich, that's crazy.
Yeah, and I mean, if you have the money, if you have millions, what's 2,500 to millions? To be real,
nothing. That is like for real. What an expensive little dog costs, and when your dog runs away, you want the reward to be more than the dog is worth, so no one sells it and they give it back. That's like a dog goes missing reward.
And it was almost like she may have been criticized, or she was afraid of being criticized, so she just threw in that $500,000 to the kids.
That was like after other people started offering money, she upped it. Oh yeah, when she donated she should be doing that anyway. She's rich. How are you going to wait to donate to missing kids till your mom goes missing?
Yeah. That's crazy.
Yeah. Savannah's a dirty bitch. All right, I'll get off the phone, Juice. I just had to say that. And if you get a chance, can we please watch the memorial? I feel like there's new people in your stream that may not have seen it, and they will understand the body language in the memorial where, Savannah reaches around Tommaso and reaches around Annie and slides her hand down Tommaso's sweatshirt. And when he touches Savannah's hiney, just if you get a chance.
All right, I'll try to run that by.
All right, bye, Juice.
All right, myself, Guthrie. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't really, to be honest, guys. I don't recall hearing about the $2,500. That's crazy. I never knew that at all. But I ain't even gonna criticize her for that. I'm just saying. I mean, when you got millions, $2,500 is like $25. So I mean, that's obviously not anything at all. I mean, maybe I don't know if that's true or not, but I'm just saying maybe they were doing that to see if there was going to be any movement, just kind of seeing if they would bite at that, maybe to see how money hungry they were in the beginning. But I mean, we know for a fact that later on down the line, I mean, they tried that, and supposedly there was movement, and I heard there wasn't. I don't know anymore. I really don't. I am so over a lot of the things that just, that get our all hopes all up and then nothing happens. Like, it's so frustrating. This case is like, I'm at that point with this case where I'm like, you know what? I'm trying to say so positive and confident, but I'm just like, you know what? This case is about to go cold. Like, it's going to go cold. Like, when are we going to get something that seems like it's really actually something? Like, everything that we've gotten is nothing, literally nothing. And I'm at a point where I'm like, you know what? I think we've done our part when it comes to the Nancy Guthrie case. I think we've done all that we could do with all the help, with all the information that's been presented to us. I think that they thought by giving us the entirety of the ransom notes was going to be effective and it was going to help by sharing it with the community. But to be quite honest, it's been a couple weeks since we got that. And it really hasn't changed a thing, to be honest. So what would have changed if they would have gave us the entirety of the ransom note versus now? Probably nothing. It probably would be the same results, right? I don't think it would be any different if we would have gotten that ransom letter. But then if you think about it, what if it would have had we got it sooner? Because I can say that there were more people watching 4 or 5 months ago than there are now when it comes to the Guthrie case. But I think that there's been a fair share amount of people still in tune that are very interested in this case. But not only that, they're still watching to see, what, big break we may get in this case at some point in time. But it's still yet to happen. Sometimes I hate to think about it, but I get the feeling that we're all going to be moving on and talking about a much bigger case. And then all of a sudden, we're going to hear this big break in the Nancy Guthrie case, but it might be 2028 by then. Man, I hate that it has to be this long. I really do. I just thought that we had enough people in the world that, would bring so much attention to this case, to the fact that someone would come forward because of all the attention that it's getting. But I think even with the attention that it's getting, it could make it worse because people are scared for their lives. I mean, this case, don't get it twisted, this case has really messed with people's mental. It really has affected the way they think. And people are afraid, so afraid to share, certain information. Even them sharing it to the FBI, people are scared that something might come back and bite them in the butt. Even the 911 calls, people are scared to give their name. Even in the 911 calls, people are like, look, I don't want you to share my name or anything like that. Please don't share my name. Please don't share my name. These people are so scared when it comes to the Nancy Guthrie case. And I don't blame some of them, I guess. I can't expect them to be brave like myself, but still, it's like this case has caused people to really overthink it, guys. It's insane. But it's understandable because we got a guy who's still out there who hasn't been caught. We've got Nancy still missing. We don't know. We're not even close to where Nancy may be. So at the same time, it's understandable. It's understandable. Specifically talking about, what, the way people handle it when it comes to, expressing or sharing, their information. Trying to see. I was going to play that for Gertrude real quick, but. Oh, I think I already had it up here because I know Gertrude wanted to see this. We'll show you this video, I guess. Oh, God. She really thinks that Tommaso was going to grab the behind of Savannah. I think he had I guess he could have pulled his hand out instead of it dropping down. I don't know, guys. I'm not really buying into that part, but Gertz is so sure that's what he was going to do. In front of all these thousands of people? No way. No way he was going to dare do that. He pretty much touched her butt, though. Yeah, it's a tough sight to see, I guess. I mean, if those emotions are real. However, we don't know if those emotions that we hear coming from Annie are real.
Only outlet there to catch this footage.
I really wish I was there that day. Only if I was there that day. I mean, I would have respectfully not said anything, but I mean, it would have been nice to be there. It would have definitely for sure been nice to be there. Oh, I think I took my chat away. No. He realized he was holding air. Come on, Candy. Chaos, I see your name in the chat. In-laws have no biz being the touchy-feely nut. It's just straight facts. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I can't call it, guys. I hate to say that, but you never know. But I mean, I don't know. Something tells me that she got away from them because she was starting to feel like they could have been responsible, or she was scared that they may do something to her. For all we know, I don't know what Savannah thinks. I don't know where we stand with the Guthrie case, guys. I really don't anymore. I don't know what to think anymore. I don't know. I can't call it. But I hope justice will be served, and I hope we find the perp. I hope that we find Nolan justice for Nolan Wells, or closure for Nolan Wells, because we don't even know. You know, we don't even know for sure that, you know, Nolan's case deserves to be in front of a grand jury, because we don't know that anybody is responsible for what happened to Nolan Wells. So until then, we'll find out in time, guys. Prayers for the Guthrie family, prayers for the Nolan Wells family, prayers for you all. God bless you guys all chiming in with me tonight. It's been a pleasure, guys, as usual. Much, much love. Until next time, folks. It's your boy, the Juice. I'll see y'all next time. God bless, guys.
We won't bow down. Yeah. Yeah. They shut the gate too fast. Call it peace, call it class.
See y'all later, guys.
But I see who they wave through, and I see who they ask to move. Porch lights on the same old block, same old story, same old talk. If your skin says you don't belong, they can make a wrong look strong. But the fences don't define us, and the fear they feel will blind us. Every face they try to hide still stands right here tonight. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. We know what that is about. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't stones. From a driveway built on loans. They pointed brown hands first, then pretend they don't rehearse. But the steps on every street carry more than whitewashed dreams. We belong where we stand, no permission in our hands. Yeah, and the silence won't protect you when the pattern keeps on showing. Every wall they build in pride makes the truth come back alive. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. We know what that is about. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down, 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 down. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. Your fear won't right the route. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down, 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 down. Let it crack, let it show. Every lie they try to grow, one by one, the voices rise.